what they came for. That ball is crushed. Boy, he's putting on a clinic. Great baseball right there. And this is going to do it.
Well, the first ever postseason game played at Fenway Park history occurred 109 years ago yesterday, this afternoon. The oldest ballpark in the big leagues plays host to a pivotal Game 3 of this year's American League Division Series. Welcome to the Good Sam ALDS telecast on MLB Network, presented by Geico. This afternoon, it is Game 3 between the AL Eastern Division champion Tampa Bay Rays and the wild card winning Boston Red Sox. With that, we welcome you inside the broadcast booth with John Smoltz, Matt Vasgersian, and Ken Rosenthal with us as well. 2 games in the series, John, and we've already seen a little bit of everything. Terrific Tampa Bay pitching in Game 1 and a bunch of Boston bats in Game 2.
Yeah, really, Tampa showed everything they could do from their speed, their arm, and their power, but Boston showed what they've done all year offensively. I think they're the most balanced offensive team in the playoffs, and they flex their muscles pretty strongly. When you think about the amount of extra base hits and what they did to the pitching, StatCast powered by Google Cloud will talk this game through. 20 hits, 11 singles, 9 extra base hits. That's coming off of Game 1 where all they got was singles. They spread out the wealth, they hit with power, they hit with 2 strikes, and they made this series flip on its side when you think about what they weren't able to do in Game 1 and what they did in Game 2.
Becomes the best 2 out of 3 from this point forward, and Boston likes its chances. Not only do they have a healthy J.D. Martinez, who was one of the big contributors in Game 2, they've got Nate Eovaldi on the mound today, and Eovaldi, who was so good in the wild card win against the Yankees, probably classifies as the best remaining big game pitcher still alive in the postseason in the American League. It's Eovaldi on the mound for Boston, and Drew Rasmussen making his first ever postseason start on the mound for Tampa.
Well, on paper, Boston certainly has the edge by what you just said. You look at this matchup, and Tampa has had 3 young pitchers who total up just a little bit more innings pitched than what Eovaldi has pitched on the year. So you would think Boston likes their chances to at least advance in this game and hopefully not go back to Tampa. Well, the Rays, they're going to use their whole staff. I don't think the young man will be given a lot of rope, but their whole staff is the reason they won 100 games.
Rasmussen has been really good down the stretch for the Rays. A big one in front of him this afternoon. And for more on his day, let's say hello to Ken Rosenthal.
Matt, the Rays drafted Rasmussen 31st overall in 2017, but did not sign him. An MRI taken after the draft revealed that Rasmussen needed a second Tommy John surgery. He did not collect his expected signing bonus of more than $2 billion. Instead, he returned to Oregon State, went to the Brewers the following year, and signed for $135,000. The Rays thought the unfortunate turn of events would sever their relationship with Rasmussen. But club officials, during that brief, hectic period when they were shuttling him between doctors, had actually gained the pitcher's trust. And Paul Kirsch, the scout who first identified Rasmussen, well, he kept in touch with him over the years, even after he went to the Brewers. That's what Kirsch always did with his drafted players. So in May, when the Rays had a chance to acquire Rasmussen in the Willy Adames trade, they jumped. This, then, is a story about coming full circle, except for one thing. Kirsch, after a 3-year battle with ALS, died on September 5th. Rasmussen will be pitching today in his honor. He calls Kirsch one of the strongest people I'll ever know. Matt?
Some of the human element on display today in a game with tons of importance, a pivotal Game 3 between the Rays and the Red Sox. Emotion, certainly, and a big home field advantage for the Red Sox with a loud Fenway faithful crowd amidst us. We are ready for baseball. You're watching the Good Sam ALDS on MLB Network. Lineups and opening pitch are next. A 1-1 split in the Tampa runnings of the games, and for Kevin Cash in his 7th season as Rays skipper, 3 straight postseason appearances. The Rays are the first team other than the Yankees to lead the American League in wins in back-to-back seasons since the Indians of the mid-90s. And for Alex Cora, among all skippers with at least 15 playoff games managed, Cora's winning percentage is the best in MLB history. 13 wins, 4 losses in his postseason career. Nate Eovaldi on the mound for Boston. Let's get a look at the Tampa Bay Rays Geico starting lineup for Game 3. Lau, Franco, and Meadows will lead things off. Tampa Bay used more lineup combinations than any other team in the game this year, and a new look for Game 3. Nelly Cruz, the 7-time All-Star, right in the middle of it at DH. Choi and Arozarena follow. Randy Arozarena 10 for 28 when batting 6th in the lineup this year. Kiermaier, Zunino, and Wendell round things out for the Rays. And for 31-year-old right-hander Nate Eovaldi, his last appearance is a large part of the reason why Boston has survived to go this far. Tuesday in the wild card game against the Yankees, pitched into the 6th inning, allowed just 1 earned run on a solo homer, struck out 8, did not walk a batter.
Well, he's going to attack you, Matty. He's going to be able to throw his fastball, cutter, curveball, slider, split. He's got every angle covered. He's got every runway against the right and left-handed hitters. And you know the one thing he does, he throws a lot of strikes. So this is going to be the execution of the power hitting Rays against the power pitching Nathan Eovaldi.
Today's first pitch is presented by Sirius XM.
Who can stay off the high fastball today will be the team that I think has the best chance of being successful. And what I mean about the high fastball, I mean the one above the strike zone where both pitchers like to pitch and a lot of these hitters like to swing.
Game 3 is underway. Lau, Franco, and Meadows here for the Rays. Lau looking for his first hit this postseason. 0 for 8 with 3 strikeouts. He has a bit of a feast or famine postseason history dating back to last year's Rays run. And it's a ball and a strike. No secrets between Nate Eovaldi's repertoire and what the Rays are looking for today. 4 regular season starts against Tampa. And Eovaldi pitched well in all 4 of them. 2 wins and a loss, a 2.39 ERA. And he's quickly in front of Brandon Lau.
You can definitely see he's revved up. That's a split finger fastball. The previous pitch were fastballs. There's going to be a lot of grunting done by Nathan Eovaldi today.
1-2. Took something off and struck out Lau. 1 gone.
Well, the arsenal for this young man has been incredible since coming back from 2 Tommy John surgeries. You see the fastball that comes in 97 to 100 miles an hour. Got the curveball, slider, splitter, and cutter. That last pitch being the split finger fastball. So when you can elevate up and you can throw this split that looks like it's going to hold its plane and then disappear, that's what the Ray hitters are trying to stay off of. And good luck if he's on his game, because the one thing he does is throws a lot of strikes, so you got to be on attack if you're a hitter.
The switch hitting shortstop Wander Franco now. He does throw a lot of strikes. In fact, Nate Eovaldi led all major leaguers as 55% of what he threw landed in the strike zone. We're not talking about swinging strikes, pitches in the zone, and nobody threw a higher percentage than Eovaldi. Franco sends one out to right center field, a 1-out base hit in the Tampa half of the first.
Well, the Rays, really doesn't matter who they face. 241, 243 are their splits against rights and left. But I really think they fare better against right-handed pitchers. Maybe not a right-handed pitcher like Nathan Eovaldi, but they get some left-handed thump that they can put in their lineup. And of course, Franco being a switch hitter. The question will be whether or not Nathan neutralized the right-handed power like Arozarena and Cruz. Those to me are the 2 issues for the Rays. If they can get something out of their right-handed hitters today, they'll be in good shape.
Here's one of Tampa's leading power threats, a left-handed hitting left fielder, Austin Meadows. 27 homers during the regular season, over 100 runs driven in. Meadows is a guy to keep an eye on today, if only because he has the best track record against Nate Eovaldi of any of Kevin Cash's hitters. 7 for 21 with a homer. There's a drive well hit out to right field. Renfroe back on it, and it's gone. And just like that, it's 2-0 Tampa. Keep an eye on him indeed.
Well, that's important for the Rays because they got a young pitcher on the mound that could use some cushion. Only about 40 innings or so that he's had with the Rays this year, and this early lead being on the road after really getting thumped yesterday goes a long way. Aggressive hitting team against aggressive pitcher, and the Rays got off to a quick start.
Scoring first has been a harbinger of good things to come this postseason. Teams that score first are 8-2 so far. And Austin Meadows gets the Rays on the board first today.
I mean, center cut, and you got to hit it a lot further to right field than you do left field.
And that one's yanked foul. Counts a ball and a strike to Nelson Cruz.
I mean, he just gets a flat bat through the zone and uses the power of Nathan Eovaldi. This is what the Rays do. They hit homers. They run. They pretty much do it all. That's why they won 100 games. It's hard to explain how they can turn their roster over and do this.
Well, already more damage in a third of an inning against Nate Eovaldi by the Rays than what the New York Yankees were able to muster in 5 1/3 Tuesday night in the wild card game. Ball and 2 strikes to the 7-time All-Star and a swinging strike 3. That's 2 punch-outs for Eovaldi.
The Rays early on in the season had a pretty alarming strikeout rate, but every month it got pretty much shaved down, and they've done a nice job at least controlling that high rate of strikeouts. Part of it might be the influence of Cruz settling in, but they've had much better at bats of late, even though today they're facing a high strikeout type pitcher.
Here's the left-handed hitting first baseman Ji-Man Choi. Choi homered in game 2 in Tampa. Well, I think you said it. I mean, it's in the Rays DNA. They don't have a very good contact rate. In fact, it's the lowest in the American League, but they don't really care because they hit the ball out of the ballpark. Almost 41% of their hits are for extra bases, and that's the highest percentage in the game.
That's the trouble pitch. Watched a lot of matchups. Choi really struggles with the curveball. Struck out 8 times against Nathan Eovaldi. He might try to rev a fastball up, but really not any reason to change.
The 0-2 to Choi. Able to play off the 99-mile-an-hour fastball up top.
And the reason to do that is you just reset the eyes of Choi, who's seen 2 breaking balls that he hasn't been able to stay back. Go right back to the breaking ball right here.
Little 2-strike momentum from the crowd, and a ball in 2-2 now, rather, to Ji-Man Choi. For Tampa Bay now, 9 of their 13 runs in the series have come via the homer, and Austin Meadows the latest to strike. Swing and a miss. 3 strikeouts, but it's a trade the Rays will gladly make because they get 2 runs. Austin Meadows hit 27 of them during the regular season. His 2-run shot this afternoon gets the Rays off to a high-flying start. Well, for 26-year-old Drew Rasmussen making his first ever postseason start today and doing it on the road against a very difficult lineup. What better circumstance to make it than with a 2-run lead after just a half-inning of work. And his first postseason start, offering his in for a strike to Kyle Schwarber. Last Wednesday was his last start at Houston. It was a good one, 5 shutout innings. In fact, it looked a lot like his last start here in this ballpark, which came against the Red Sox September 7th. Allowed 1 run over 5 innings. Not a big strikeout guy, but Rasmussen has been terrific in a starter's capacity for the Rays. Kyle Schwarber greets him with a high drive toward the monster, and that one goes! Oh, so it's going to be one of those days. 6 batters to start the game, already 2 homers. The first leadoff batter to homer by a Boston Red Sox player in the postseason since Dustin Pedroia in Game 1 of the 2007 World Series. Here's Kike Hernandez, who was a big problem on Friday with 4 extra base hits.
So here's part of the intrigue for the Rays. Dynamic arms, not a lot of experience though in the front 3 starters they put out here in the postseason.
Hernandez sends a ball to the monster, and this one's off the wall for Meadows to gather in, and Kike's held to a very loud single.
Basically a 2-pitch pitcher, and the slider is going to have to be huge. The slider was not a very good pitch that Schwarber was able to hit. It pops out of his arm, or his hand, and you see how it just rotates in the middle of the park of the plate, and he takes it to the shorter part of the park where that monster has made these Red Sox a monster at home. And you talked about it, how many runs they score at home. 2-pitch pitcher is okay if you hit all your spots and you make the pitches you have to make, but it's not okay against a lineup like this when they are feasting on fastballs.
And here's Rafi Devers now. Kike Hernandez, by the way, channeling his inner Billy Hatcher. That's 5 straight plate appearances with a hit this postseason for Kike. He's at first, a run in on the Schwarber homer. Oh, 0-1 to the All-Star third baseman Rafi Devers. 0-2.
Now this 2-strike pitch should be above the strike zone. They've got to get the ball up to Devers. We'll kind of talk about it throughout the game as Devers has struggled with the pitches up, especially with that bottom hand. Any pitch in the middle or down to the zone he's hitting. Anything above is not been hit so far in this series.
Well, at the very least, and that's exactly what you described, there's no use, no sense in giving in to a secondary pitch for a strike, because Devers will wear you out when you make such a mistake. And we know that a lot of opponents tried to fastball them to death during the regular season, including the Houston Astros, who at one point threw him 50 straight fastballs in a 4-game series.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. He's been dealing with an injury and he's playing through it, and it's been a struggle for him when they throw the ball up. Now I get it, it's a left-handed pitcher, but you're seeing the follow through where the bottom hand awkwardly comes off the bat, and that usually doesn't work out very well. So at the top of the zone he has not made contact and hasn't had any success, and then when they've made a mistake down, great catch by Kiermaier, he's had an opportunity to put the bat on the ball.
Got him looking that time. First out of the game for Rasmussen. The action so fast in the bottom of the first, we haven't even set the rest of the Boston lineup. A look at Alex Cora's Geico Red Sox starting lineup for Game 3. We've seen the first 3 hitters. Bogarts is next. Huge postseason numbers after kind of grinding out a bad finish to the regular season. Verdugo and Martinez 5 and 6. Hunter Renfroe, Kevin Plawecki, who has turned into the personal catcher for Nate Eovaldi, and Christian Arroyo round things out for the Red Sox.
Now here's a guy that doesn't chase much, loves the ball middle, belt up, and he will make you pay if you make a mistake up with a fastball. Great fastball hitter and good two-strike hitter.
Xander Bogaerts hit a 2-run homer against Garrett Cole that really set the tone for Boston on Tuesday night in the wild card game. He's in fact homered in 2 of his first 3 postseason games this year.
Guy just always reminds me when he's hitting like nothing in a hurry, swinging underwater but with tremendous power.
Good slider that time, swung and a missed.
That pitch right there has to be perfect for this young man to navigate through this lineup, which sometimes a day off cools you off. It doesn't look like it's cooled him off much with the 20 hits they had in Tampa, but his fastball command is what's going to be his strength, and that fastball command is on the outside part of the plate, which we talk about. Pitchers have a glove side command or arm side command. His glove side command is really good.
Pitching against a guy really good in 2-strike counts. 1 and 2 to Bogaerts now. And I guess it's an example of what you talk about, John, being able to slow the game down. Bogaerts in this series alone has 3 of his 6 hits in 2-strike counts this year.
He's just rarely off balance, and it's just a credit to him and trusting and knowing the strike zone, trusting his hands, and obviously having great mechanics at the plate.
So he ranks among franchise greats in postseason starts at his position. He's back to an even 2-2 count now. It was really the top of the Red Sox lineup that did all the damage Friday in Game 2. There's some of the 2-strike numbers that we talk about. Well above league average. A run in on the Schwarber homer. Hernandez at first with 1 gone.
Well, in this ballpark, if there's one side of the plate you want to have command, it's the side he does, because you want right-handers hitting to right field where there's a lot more space in center field. You don't want them playing pepper of that left field wall, and you want left-handers to pull the ball. So you really do, as a pitcher, now he's a young pitcher and doesn't have much experience here, and you don't want the hitters to feel comfortable and play what we call pepper off that wall and use that wall to their advantage, which the Red Sox do so well.
And Bogaerts serves that just foul in right.
This is the heat map where you see most of the pitches that Drew Rasmussen, again, not a ton of innings pitched this year, but he loves throwing the ball on that outside part of the plate. Now the Rays in general, because they have so many dynamic arms, they don't really preach that, but he's the one guy, talking to Kevin Cash, that can actually dot up his fastball. Now the tension of a playoff game might take that accuracy off just a little bit, and understandably so.
Heat map shows you that Rasmussen likes his slider, and 4 of his last 5 pitches here to Bogaerts have been sliders.
Well, here's the arsenal. It's really 2-pitch mix. He got 4, but you can see the curveball and changeup less than 5% if you add them up. And that's the one thing. At 97 miles an hour, his fastball is pretty straight, and so you have to be able to locate it if it's pretty straight. Has late life, but it's a slider that's going to be the key for today's game.
That 65% four-seam fastball usage, by the way, is the 9th highest figure in all of baseball. Boy, he'd like to put that fastball slider combination to work here to get a ground ball and get him out of a dicey start to the day. Was in front of Bogaerts 0-2. Here's the 2-2 home, and Xander sends a fly ball into the infield. Brandon Lau is under it, and that's the 2nd out of the inning.
Remember that pitch, and I know that Bogaerts will remember that pitch. That was a huge mistake, and if he faces him again, that mistake will be to Bogaerts' favor. Watch where this pitch is. It just right center cut. He gets the barrel of the bat just underneath it, and you could tell he wanted to eat his bat right there. That was one you don't get too often, and that's one he doesn't miss too often.
So he went 5 out of 6 pitches sliders to try to finish him off there. And here's a guy that you have to be aware of on the first pitch, because Alex Verdugo has offered at the first pitch in 7 of his 9 plate appearances this series.
Oh, it's inside.
Takes a fastball. You know, it's amazing, John, how the postseason has made the Boston lineup even scarier. And by that I mean this was a team that had some swing and miss in it. They chased a lot during the regular season. 3rd highest chase percentage in the sport. It's been different in the postseason, and Verdugo's a great example. He's taken 21 swings in the postseason. 1 whiff.
Yeah, he looks locked in, and when a guy looks locked in, it usually tells you as a starting pitcher or a relief pitcher, you're going to have to make great pitches, because he's not jumpy. He's waiting as long as he has to, and then when he makes contact, seems like to be a line drive.
2-0. On a knuckling hop out to Franco to retire the side. Boston counterpunches, however. One comes right back on the Kyle Schwarber homer, his 2nd of the postseason. On to inning number 2. It's 2-1 Tampa. Two to 1 Tampa as Randy Arozarena leads things off in the Rays half of the 2nd. He's followed by Kevin Kiermaier and Mike Zunino. The American League Division Series is brought to you by Good Sam Rentals. Travel America with Good Sam. And by Good Sam RV Parks, America's largest campground network. And this MLB Network telecast is presented by Geico. Happy Geico-ween. Switch to Geico for more ways to save.
Mistake there. If you're going to neutralize Arozarena, somebody has to be able to pound him in. They tried to go in right there and left it over the middle. You get him to think inside with his fastball, you're going to have success against him, and Nathan Eovaldi's had success against him in his career.
And Arozarena waves and misses. All 4 outs for Eovaldi via the strikeout. Well, Nate Eovaldi and Drew Rasmussen at first glance wouldn't appear to have a whole lot in common. They do share one very important part of their background, and we go to Ken Rosenthal for more on that.
That's right, Matt, and this is actually something of a historic occasion today. Both of these pitchers each had 2 Tommy John surgeries. It's the first ever matchup of a postseason game between such pitchers. We had one earlier this season, the first one ever in the regular season. That was between Eovaldi and Jameson Taillon. Now, Eovaldi had his first Tommy John in 2007. He was in high school then. His second was in 2016. Rasmussen's were much closer together. His first in March 2016 toward the end of his sophomore year at Oregon State. His second in September 2017. So a lot of good medicine has taken place, good rehabilitation, and here we are. 2 pitchers who each underwent 2 Tommy Johns.
I know you could almost qualify Eovaldi for 2.5. I mean, could you imagine, John, you went through Tommy John and the subsequent rehab. Could you have ever imagined doing it twice and still getting out there?
No, and the disclaimer I'd like to follow up with what Kenny said is that there's a reason it's a first. This just doesn't happen very often, and one's not a guarantee. So getting Tommy John, although we've seen success rates happen, you don't hear about the ones that don't happen and they don't come back. So it's never a good thing, but thankfully we have that surgery, and thankfully a lot of players have benefited, including myself. But 2 that's a long shot, and these guys survived it.
Oh, look.
Kiermaier's aboard.
By the way, the reason I paused just a little bit to our left, one of the greatest plays by the fan on that foul ball was made. And I'm still looking at, like, maybe they're going to sign him. That's a great play.
I thought maybe the end of the Lions-Vikings game was under review, and you wanted to take another look.
No, my man made a great play.
Might be able to see it here.
A little one-hand, little bam. That's it. Right in. Who needs a glove?
Dude. Impressive. He saved the guy with the onion rings behind it from taking it in the chops. So 1-on-1 out after the Kiermaier base on balls. That's the first postseason walk by Nate Eovaldi. in 6 2/3 innings. And here's Mike Zunino, a home run threat, 33 of them, a career best during the regular season.
Mike Zunino, of course, making the All-Star team. What an incredible tribute for him and the years he's put in. But you mentioned it. I mean, he gets more extra base hits than he's gotten singles on the year. And his power numbers have benefited, but he's a swing and a miss or extra base hit machine.
It's a nice play by Kyle Schwarber, by the way. Still kind of growing into the position at first base by everyone's admission. And there's a bell ringer for Kevin Plawecki. That's catcher on catcher crime. 0-1 to Zunino.
I mean, this is amazing. You see the names above him. I think everybody recognizes those. But 45.8%.
At 72 hits, 33 of them homers. Yeah. He has not really enjoyed his time against Nate Eovaldi head-to-head. 1 for 9. The one was a homer, but there are 5 strikeouts there.
It fits the scouting report. And he wants the ball really much on the lower third of the zone because the swing tailor-made to obviously lift it in the air. The outs are going to be away and up above. So he has 3 or 4 areas to go to here with 2 strikes to get him to swing and miss.
Eovaldi's already struck out 4. I would imagine, John, for a hitter, it would be hard to cancel things out when you're facing Nate Eovaldi. He's the only pitcher in baseball that throws 5 pitches and has a usage of over 10% on all 5. So he can go to anything.
No, he can't. He has every quadrant covered, and that's a beautiful thing if you're a pitcher. Not so much if you're a hitter, because now you have to literally, you know you're going to get strikes, but you don't know which strikes you're getting. You don't know if it's coming out of his hand as a fastball, a split. The curveball is a much improved pitch that slows down the hitter, and then he can speed him up with the velocity upwards of 97 and above. So he's just had a good feel for the strike zone and for his secondary pitches.
Foul tip, and it's still the ball and 2 strikes on Mike Zunino.
And he's just so strong from his legs. I mean, that's where he's generating. He's got a freakish arm. But I believe his favorite pitcher is Nolan Ryan. You can see why. And he's built a lot like Nolan Ryan.
Same hometown. Alvin, Texas. And Zunino pops it foul. Still the ball and 2 strikes. Well, the Red Sox didn't think they needed to have a contingency plan today on the case of a short start, though it's in the back of every manager's mind in a postseason series. The Red Sox have announced Nick Pivetta as a Game 4 starter tomorrow, but Pivetta would be available and in line to come in early if needed today. And Zunino doing a nice job to hang around in a 2-strike count here.
Yeah, he sure is. This should be a slider right here. Any kind of pitch on that same height of the zone right now. This would finish Zunino if he executes the pitch. If he chooses to go there. But you can see pitch by pitch what he's been able to do and extend this at bat.
1 out, 1 on. The 1-2 once again fouled away the other direction. Yeah, the slider is the pitch that Nate Eovaldi had removed from the repertoire for a while. He was comfortable resetting with that about a year ago. It's been effective for him. Of course, prior to Tuesday's wildcard game, the last time we saw Nate in a postseason game was in 6 innings of relief in that marathon Game 3 of the 2018 World Series at Dodger Stadium, where he took the loss.
But he gained the whole team.
He sure did. Spun that off to a multi-year contract. Yeah, the Max Muncy homer well into the night in the bottom of the 18th inning. 6 innings and 3-hit ball. So the last 2 postseason appearances for Nate Eovaldi have both been great.
This at bat has been great, even if the outcome doesn't become a hit. Anytime you can make a guy work and build that pitch count in one at bat. What is this, pitch number 9?
Number 9, yeah. 5 straight foul balls. Number 9. Number 9. Still going.
Because I'll tell you what it does. I mean, to a starting pitcher or any pitcher, you just get a little bit frustrated, like, come on, put it in play. Even if you get a hit, let me move on. And you're making pitch after pitch, and you get to see all these pitches if you're Zunino. And as the game progresses and you face him 2 or 3 times, you get a better feel for what he's got.
I mean, he threw 16 pitches total in the first inning to 5 hitters. And here's number 10 in this plate appearance to Mike Zunino. All right.
Now, I'm telling you, this, obviously we didn't and don't get to see all the regular season at bats. I can't imagine there's been a regular season at bat where he's done this, because it's feast or famine.
Yeah.
And he's putting in what I call a playoff at bat that's a little bit different than what his at bat in the season would look like.
Got it. Finally, Nate Eovaldi says. It took 11 pitches to strike out Mike Zunino.
And that's where a lot of the strikeouts for Zunino comes. 94 coming into this game on elevated pitches since 2019. And he went just above the belt and near the letters after all those pitches down in one area that he was able to get a bat on.
I know the scientists tell us that a baseball does not rise on its way to the plate, but boy, it sure looks like that sometimes. Here's Joey Wendell with 2 gone.
Yeah, the angle he throws, he's got a lower 3/4 type delivery, and because he can get down the mound and his extension from the rubber is so far, it does give the illusion that he's throwing that fastball in an upward motion.
Wendell's got some pop, a career high 11 homers this year. An all-star this season in his 4th year with the Rays. A little check in on Kiermaier, who stole 9 bags rather in 11 attempts during the regular season.
Oh, it's inside.
1-1 to Joey Wendell.
Joey Wendell is another typical hitter for the Rays. He likes the ball in the strike zone, has struggles with the ball up, and you can crowd him inside like he tried right there. But anything in the zone, he's kind of mastered that.
Ball and 2 strikes. 5 outs recorded by Nate Eovaldi, all 5 on swinging strikeouts. There goes Kiermaier. The 1-2 is swung on and missed. 6 Ks through only 2 innings for Nate Eovaldi. The Good Sam ALDS telecast on MLB Network presented by Geico continues. 2-1 Tampa. Back to the Good Sam ALDS telecast on MLB Network presented by Geico with John Smoltz and Ken Rosenthal. Matt Vasgersian, a 2-1 Rays lead. A couple of homers, 2-run shot by Austin Meadows, solo dinger by Kyle Schwarber, and 6 Nate Eovaldi strikeouts kind of gives you the cliff notes on the opening to this one. J.D. Martinez, a sharp one-hopper that eats up Joey Wendell. It's on into left for a base hit. And J.D. a little ginger still with the ankle injury. But boy, oh boy, what a difference he has made in the lineup. A 4-for-5 game on Friday with a double and a 3-run homer. And Ken Rosenthal, this from a guy whose status was really in doubt for this series.
Definitely, Matt. And he told me before this game that he was a little sore today in the cooler weather, but he was effusive after game 2, giving credit to the Red Sox athletic trainers, their massage therapists, strength coaches, hitting coaches, said they did miracles in helping him get back on the field. Now, before that, Alex Cora had jokingly told the Red Sox longtime massage therapist Russell Nua, "You got Kurt Schilling pitching with a bloody sock and you can't get JD to play?" Well, Nua worked his magic as befitting a man who owns 5 World Series championship rings, 1 with the Diamondbacks, 4 with the Red Sox.
Okay.
He's fantastic, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You've benefited from his handiwork as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, massage therapists can win World Series rings too. And I mean, when you start collecting them in various uniforms, we're going to say your name on TV.
Yeah, I'm telling you. The last at bat that JD had, I was so shocked he went for a double in Tampa that maybe the adrenaline of his 4th hit that night.
Oh.
But that game was well in hand, and that would have been a stop sign. If a first base coach can give you stop signs, it would have been like, stay there. But he went and got his double, and Red Sox thumped the Rays that night.
Leadoff hitter aboard. Leadoff hitter is reached in both innings against Rasmussen. It was the leadoff homer by Schwarber in the first. 5 of the first 7 hitters for Boston have swung at the first strike they've seen today. So they're picking up right where they left off on Friday, John.
Yeah, and I really thought that would be the game plan. Just watching some film on Rasmussen, he likes to throw his fastball, and he loves to throw it in the strike zone, outer third.
On the ground for Franco. What a feed to Lau. What a double play. They call him the 8th wonder of the world. Tampa's all-world shortstop initiating an inning-ending 6-4-3 twin killing. Bet live on the game now when you download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, an official betting partner of Major League Baseball. Scan the QR code on your screen now. All right. Brandon Lau leads things off in the visitors' half of inning number 3. 2-1 Rays. Top of the order, Lau, Franco, and Meadows. Lau struck out to open the ball game. The first of 6 hosted by Nate Eovaldi through 2 innings. Yes, all 6 of his outs on swinging strikeouts to start the game.
Yeah, you did.
Lau behind 0-2 again.
It's not that he trusts his defense. He just trusts his arm.
I mean, this is like bingo long on the traveling all-stars. Just everybody have a seat. You can take a look at the Citrix shift tracks showing you in real time the defensive positioning. 0-2 the count to Brandon Lau.
See, the thing that most people may not understand when they're sitting at home going, why do they keep swinging at that split finger? Well, his fastball's so good, you got to be geared up for it. If he had a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, it'd be a little different deal. You could sit back a little longer, but when the ball comes out of his hands, most of the hitters are hoping to see the spin right away, and you can't see split spin because it tumbles and looks like a fastball.
Lau puts it in play. Schwarber. Oh, wonky toss. Yikes. That's going to go down as an error on Kyle Schwarber. As we mentioned earlier, Kyle still learning the position, and he just didn't.
He got in between and he got flat-footed, and so he's trying to guide he tried to make a soft toss a little firmer, and as he made it firmer, see, that's too long for a toss. To make it firmer, he tried to throw it harder underhand, and what he did is he threw it higher, and so that would have been much easier right now to make a soft toss overhand, and that is something he wishes he could have had over. But you talked about it. They're learning the position. Got to get his bat in the lineup. And an unfortunate play.
Boston's defensive efficiency, one way to measure team defense, the lowest in the American League this year. And you got Kyle Schwarber, who's making just his 11th career start at first base today. And to a degree, Alex Cora had no choice, because if he wants JD Martinez in the lineup, he has to DH him. The ankle will not allow him to play the outfield today.
And because he was so far away from the base, being flat-footed, normally when a first baseman underhands the ball to a pitcher, he's moving towards him. You practice those plays all the time. So you get the ball and you're moving towards the player and the pitcher, and you toss the ball as you're moving, and you got better feel. He just literally was sitting there, tossed it, and threw it up in the air.
Ball and a strike to count to Wander Franco, who singled and scored in front of the Meadows homer in the first inning. That's the first error in the postseason for Boston. Chopper to second, double play ball. Arroyo to Bogarts, relay, not in time. Franco runs too well.
Yeah, he runs all right. And this was a watch the ball in the glove, how little time it spends, and Bogarts almost pops out, but he flies down the line, and he puts a safe sign right about now.
That is near elite sprint speed. Wander Franco got down there in 29.5 feet per second. Anything with a 3 in front of it is elite, and Franco was pretty close.
See, that's what I was saying. The ball wasn't in his glove almost at all, and could have come out.
Oh.
So 1 out, 1 on for Austin Meadows, whose 2-run homer started the scoring this afternoon. We should note with Franco at first base too, John, the umpiring crew between innings instructed the grounds crew to dry out the area around the bag. You can see the kind of different colored surface there.
Not saying anything that would have slowed down the Rays a little bit. Red Sox don't run. I know we're fooling around. Conspiracy.
But here it is. I mean, it's, you know, they had to attend to it. It was a little wet, and this benefits both sides. They just want the field in its most playable form.
Who was it? The Cardinals would come into town, the 80s Cardinals, and right around home plate would be all
quagmire.
Just try to prevent that speedy team from chopping down on the ball and beating out infield hits.
You know, in terms of postseason history, I believe it was the 1948 Indians were the first team to vote a share of the postseason payday to the grounds crew because everything was exactly as they liked it. Heads groundkeeper here at Fenway is really a legend in the industry. David Miller, who did wonderful things in Milwaukee's County Stadium for years before coming to Fenway. He is renowned for his grass cutting technique, design, and ability. And Fenway is beautiful every night.
I'm digging the way they cut it. You know, I love cutting grass.
I do know that about you. Meadows with a high fly ball. This one won't have enough. Renfroe parks under it to make the catch, and Franco's not going to test him. Renfroe's one of the best in the business out there in right, and that's out number 2.
He's got a cannon. Well, Nelson Cruz has been swinging down and off the plate a little more than used to. Very comfortable in Minnesota. Struggled in the transition coming over here. First time he had been traded late in his career. Has made some adjustments lately, but he is a force in the lineup for the Rays. A great trade to boost their offense, and he's looking to try to see if Eovaldi can leave one over the middle, and then No Park holds it.
Oh.
Yeah, Nelson Cruz hit just .226 in the 55 games he played in with the Rays after being dealt by the Twins. He did homer 13 times. but all but 3 of those home runs came on the road, and the suggestion was that Nelson doesn't really love hitting at the Trop. The numbers would certainly bear that out.
And there's been a couple players, and one most notably Adames. You see the StatCast powered by Google Cloud talks to exactly what you're talking about.
By venue in 2021, the number of games and the homers. Hard to ignore that.
Yeah, I mean, Adames went over to Milwaukee and started raking right away.
Yeah.
And he had been talking about how he had a hard time tracking the ball there.
And more crowd support behind Nate Eovaldi, who's got one of the game's premier sluggers behind a ball and 2 strikes with a runner on.
Oh, like that.
2-2.
Well, just to back that note up, best slugging percentage on the road since 2019. Nelson Cruz.
Relatively easy take on the cutter that missed. That's a 98-mile-an-hour fastball in the heart of the strike zone, and Nelly Cruz couldn't catch up to it. 7 strikeouts for Nate Eovaldi through 3. Still a 1-run Tampa lead. Flashback presented by NTT. Game 7 of the 2008 American League Championship Series. Jed Lowry was pinch hitting for Alex Cora, Boston's last hope that year. David Price in relief. A first pitch called strike, second pitch a sharp ground ball that ended the series, and the Rays survived a memorable ALCS that year.
I don't know how he survived that.
Another leadoff hitter that reaches base for Boston as Christian Arroyo singles on the first pitch of the at bat.
I was going to say, I don't know how David Price survived that last minute tackle on the pile. He got crushed. Look, when you start a postseason game, what you want is stressless innings and easy outs. So far, it hasn't been stressless and there hasn't been easy. The leadoff hitter's gotten on 3 times now for the Red Sox, and when you're Drew Rasmussen, that's the last thing you want to do, turning this lineup around. He will not be in here very long if he continues to put the first batter on base.
There's Kyle Schwarber.
Oh, too hot.
Leadoff hitters have reached base successfully for the Red Sox in 11 of the 21 innings that they've played in this series.
And that's huge, because that everybody, I've said this like a broken record. Regular season game, you get a base hit to lead off the inning, the crowd doesn't go crazy. They just kind of applaud. In a postseason game, when somebody gets on base, it's like the biggest rally for the crowd, because they know the postseason means that much more, and so the intensity goes up, and therefore your stress goes up.
Ball and no strikes, the count to Kyle Schwarber, who opened the bottom of the first with a home run, and now it's 2-0. You know, and the bad news here for Rasmussen and the Rays is his OPS first time through an order is really good, and he didn't exactly get through the first time today in great shape. Second time through, it raises by about 200 points.
Yeah, I think if you're the Rays and you're looking at this, and you look at this home run for his StatCast powered by Google Cloud, he launches this up in the air. Might have been an out. Few parks, but it wasn't an out here. And that got the Red Sox going. And
yeah, to your point, John.
Oh.
That ball that Schwarber hit the first is a homer in only 4 of 30 major league parks. And that's among the layers of information that StatCast powered by Google Cloud gives us that we never knew before. We used to guess at that stuff, but we know with certainty now. Rasmussen behind 3 balls and a strike, leadoff hitter aboard. Schwarber with a rocket into right field. Arroyo around second on his way to third, and here come the Red Sox once again with runners at the corners and nobody out.
This is another bullet, and you're seeing, even though he got it on the inner part of the plate, the timing, the foot down, and the barrel's way out in front. And if you're the Rays, you got to get somebody going up in the bullpen. You can't let this game get away. And for Rasmussen, who doesn't, like you said, Matty, to strike out a ton of hitters, he's got to try to wiggle out of this with 1 run. Forget about trying to get out of this with no runs. You just don't want that huge inning to open up early on. The first 3 innings of this series, I thought, was the key to both teams having a chance to successfully put them in their bullpen kind of winning formula together. The Rays didn't have their bullpen winning formula per se in game 2. They did in game 1. They're hoping to have those heavy arms be ready to pitch with a lead in about the 5th inning.
Kyle Snyder, the pitching coach, taking some time with Rasmussen in part to give these guys a chance to get hot. The lefty Josh Fleming, the right-hander, the hard thrower Pete Fairbanks. We have not seen Fairbanks in the series yet.
The reason this is such an interesting series, when you throw out 3 young starters, you got a great gem in the first game. You saw some nerves in the game 2. Looks like the same thing here, but they don't have a starter for game 4 for the most part. The Rays looks like it'd be a pen type game.
You saw the note on Kike Hernandez. He's got hits in 5 straight plate appearances. Again, he's offering aggressively at a first pitch, and that one's out of play. Hanley Ramirez has the franchise record for consecutive postseason plate appearances with a hit at 6. And that's a mark that Kike can tie here in this at-bat. Another guy who has cut his swing and miss down to almost nothing in the postseason. Only 1 whiff in 3+ games.
Oh.
1-1.
Well, the Rays have put this defense consistently against the Red Sox, and the Red Sox exposed it on 3 occasions in game 2. They just serve balls to the right side of the infield. I don't think Kike can do it as much as some of the other guys can, but certainly playing them to pull.
That one's going to get down. Another base hit for Kike Hernandez, and Boston is tied at 2. And that's going to be all for Drew Rasmussen. There is no stopping Kike Hernandez. That was a slider that just caught way too much of the plate. And the Rays are going to the bullpen. A team that makes frequent bullpen moves is going there today, perhaps a little earlier than they would have preferred. Enter left-hander Josh Fleming, and we'll be right back.
I can turn anyone into a beach bum. I bring families together for a living. I make memories for people I don't know yet. I know this view is too good not to be shared. I am a verbal host.
Reggie Bush used to eat breakfast somewhere else. Then he tried Wendy's breakfast. Now we can't get rid of him.
Can you believe this breakfast croissant is only $1.99?
Yeah, Reggie. I put the sign up.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
With Early Paycheck, you can get your direct deposit up to 2 days earlier. That's another reason banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this.
Well, honey, which one are you going to open up first?
That one! No way!
Yep, even easier than that. Plus, with no fees or minimums on checking and savings accounts, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Here's a good Halloween trick. Buy a bunch of Reese's, There you go. Turn off all the lights in your house. Yeah. And then you just don't answer the door. Not sorry, Reese's.
We've often wondered what keeps the world running. Economics? Algorithms? Magic? Turns out, it's you. Doing your thing. Dreaming dreams. Building new worlds. It's why we built our workspace technology, to help you do your best work and to see what you can become. You're made for bigger things.
Big early spot for left-hander Josh Fleming, who enters on the Citrix pitching change. Fleming with postseason experience from last year, 25-year-old lefty who's looking for a ground ball to help minimize the damage. A run in, runners at first and second with nobody out.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. He has to get Devers out. And, you know, a reliever comes in the game and must face 3 batters or get the last out of an inning to not adhere to that rule. Tough jam right here.
Schwarber and Hernandez aboard, and the first pitch to Devers is bunted foul.
Yeah, you don't see that very often out of the Red Sox and certainly out of the Rays, but based on what Devers has been dealing with, I thought that would be a pretty good play for him. And then turn the lineup over to some heavy hitting guys behind him.
If he sticks this in fair territory, it's a base hit.
Yeah.
Because everybody was back. It's 0-1 to Devers. You don't look that from a guy who hit 38 homers during the regular season, who can do the kind of damage he does.
Oh, that's out.
Oh, that was a strike. He just caught it. He was set up in the wrong spot and he caught it awkwardly. Look where he was set up and he had to reach, just kind of almost made it look like the ball did go outside the strike zone, but that one looked like that could have been a strike. Fastball, cutter, slider, curveball, and change. Fleming's got all of them.
Back up the middle and through. A 4th straight base hit. They're going to wave Schwarber around. Throw to the plate's too late. Boston takes its first lead of the day.
Talked about Devers being able to get to the ball middle to middle down and having to struggle with the ball up. This is right down the middle. He does a nice job keeping both hands on the bat and going right back up the middle. And I'm telling you, the day off didn't hinder the Red Sox whatsoever. They are, I mean, it's as impressive 2-game stretch I've seen, and we're only in the 3rd inning.
I mean, it was the top of the lineup that did all the damage against Kevin Cash's side on Friday, and it's the top of the lineup again today, John. First 3 hitters in the Boston card, 5 for 6. And here's Xander Bogaerts now.
Schwarber gets a good secondary lead. Good athlete, even though he had that knee injury. Doesn't break stride, and this crowd, much like they were against the Yankees, into it from every pitch.
0-2 the count to Xander Bogaerts. Well, a couple of borderline pitches. One that didn't go Snyder's way, or Fleming's way rather, and the second that did.
Oh.
Andrew Kittredge has been up. He'd be ready to go either after the end of an inning or if Fleming can get through his requisite 3 assignments. I mean, they're looking for an out here.
Yeah, they got to get an out quickly.
4 straight singles in the Boston 3rd. And there's the first out of the inning.
Well, that strikeout probably had a lot to do with that one call that they were able to get for a great disciplined 2-strike hitter swinging at an off-speed pitch, thinking, okay, it might be in that outer quadrant, and it dips below. And this is what would concern you if you're a Rays fan on the deep run that you hope your team can make. That's a lot of innings from 2018 on, but they led all of baseball in innings pitched this year by a wide margin.
Oh, it's inside.
Ball and no strikes to Alex Verdugo, who's 4 for 10 in the series. And a guy who in a very brief time as a Boston Red Sox has really stepped up in the postseason. He's got 5 RBIs in this series. Some further context on that in a moment. 5 RBIs, that is, in the postseason as a Boston Red Sox. Mookie Betts left here with a total of 4 postseason RBIs as a Boston Red Sox.
Oh, too low.
3 balls and no strikes. Kevin Cash knows he's in some dangerous territory here and is desperate for a ground ball. 3-1. Fleming back in the count.
Verdugo prefers hitting off starters, but he's got the count where he wants it. 3-1. He's just trying to cherry pick a pitch and drive it.
There's the ground ball, and Choi has no choice but to get the out of the first base bag.
All right, that might not seem like a lot. That could be a game-saving pitch and at bat if the Rays stay in this game and win it, because now that gives their manager an opportunity to go out and get the right-hander and stay within 1 run if the right-hander can do his job. So that was a very big comeback, 3-0 to 3-1 ground out.
Fleming gets through his 3 hitters, and now the call will go out for Andrew Kittredge against a right-handed hitting JD Martinez. A big matchup in a 1-run game when we return right after this.
That's half the fun of a new house, seeing what people left behind in the attic.
Well, saving on homeowners insurance with Geico's help was pretty fun, too.
Oh, it's a tiny dancer.
Well, they left a ton of stuff up here.
Well, enjoy your house.
Nope. No, thank you.
Geico could help you save on homeowners and renters insurance.
Introducing the new City Custom Cash Card, a different kind of card that rewards Dan where his spending is trending. Just ask stepping outside his comfort zone, Dan.
Okay, I don't know where the hole for this is.
Or 4th time streaming that period drama, Dan.
Okay, you just made me miss your best line, so now I'm gonna have to start it again.
Even insisted he didn't need directions, Dan.
Okay, I'm not lost, I'm exploring. That said, do you know where I am?
From select gas, streaming, travel, and more. Earn 5% cash back that automatically adjusts to your top eligible spend category. Up to $500 spent each billing cycle.
It's a nice truck.
Yeah, it's a Chevy Silverado. Check out this multi-flex tailgate.
Multi-flex, huh? Wow.
Comes a step.
Mom, Dad's flexing again.
That's not all. You can extend the bed for longer stuff.
Is he still
flexing?
That's right. And it becomes a workspace. You can put your laptop here. I'm sending an imaginary email.
Hey, Dad, dinner!
Hey, look who stopped by Daddy's office.
Wait, you work here?
The Chevy Silverado with the available multi-flex tailgate. Find new flexibility, find new roads. Chevrolet.
I look fly. Yeah, I look good.
Look good. Feel good. Play good. Gillette Pro Glide. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball to get virtually every hair on the first stroke. Look good, game good. Gillette.
Right-hander Andrew Kittredge will try to end what's been a troubling inning for the Tampa Bay Rays. 57 appearances during the regular season. This is his first appearance of this postseason. And one of the guys who leads the Rays in saves is in the game here in the third inning. The other one, Pete Fairbanks, was up in the bullpen. Gives you a little idea as to how important this inning has become for Tampa. J.D. Martinez, the batter, he singled in the second. There have been plenty of head-to-heads here. In 12 previous at-bats, Martinez has 3 hits, all of them singles.
Well, it's not an elimination game, but it sure gets the feel that Kevin Cash is pitching or trying to pitch this game like an elimination game. And certainly you can understand this inning could have been and still can be a huge inning for the Red Sox.
Oh, and 2 the count to Martinez. Boston opens the inning with 4 straight singles off of 2 different pitchers. They chased Drew Rasmussen. Martinez has long been a terror with runners in scoring position, and this year no exception.
He's been crushing breaking balls off of right-handed pitchers this year.
Stays with the firm stuff and strikes him out. Does Andrew Kittredge. A big punch out. 2 runs in the inning for Boston, however, as the Red Sox have earned their first lead of the afternoon. So the fourth, 3-2 Boston. Welcome back to the Good Sam ALDS telecast on MLB Network, presented by Geico, with John Smoltz and Ken Rosenthal. Matt Vasgersian, a 3-2 Red Sox lead as we go to the top half of inning number 4. Nate Eovaldi, Randy Arozarena, and Kevin Kiermaier. G-Man Choi, Randy Arozarena, and Kevin Kiermaier against Nate Eovaldi. Odd pregnant pause to start the inning. And here we go.
Oh, that's up.
What was this about, John?
Well, he just looked up and he hadn't finished his kind of routine at the plate and just stepped out. They didn't have to give it to him.
No, that's an awfully late time there. It's a ball and a strike to Choi. And Nate Eovaldi sat around for about 23 minutes while that last half inning took place. He goes back to work with 7 strikeouts already today in just 3 innings. In front of Choi, a ball and 2 strikes.
Ooh, what a take. That was a perfect pitch. And it was so good that I don't think Choi had any choice but to get lucky and see if it was called a ball.
2-2 pitches bounced out to first.
There he goes.
Better toss this.
There's the momentum going towards the pitcher.
He's tipping his cap. Look at him working the room. How great is that? Playoff game. He's having the time of his life.
He's like, I'm coming towards you this time. And there you go. And here it is.
With Gibsonian fist pump there. 1 gone here for Eovaldi, and now it's Randy Arozarena, one of the strikeout victims earlier.
You know, the Red Sox, and who knows how this series is going to go, but the series is going kind of the way their season has gone, and really talks a lot about how Alex and his leadership speaks to this team never putting their head down. They lost the first 3 games of the season to the Orioles, and there was already stories being written about what last year was and what this year is not going to be. Then they had a huge lead and then blew the lead and had to fight like mad to get into the playoff at the end. And he just said his team never changed throughout any of that, and that says a lot about what Alex is able to do.
Well, they were among the many teams this year to have to deal with COVID outbreaks through the course of the 162 game regular season, and it happened to hit the Red Sox and some of their star players. Rosarena strikes out again. Ken Rosenthal, can you add on that?
Well, Matt, if you remember, their season appeared on the verge of coming apart. They placed 13 players on the COVID-19 injured list between August 27th and September 12th, right in the thick of the pennant race. And the low moment came actually at Tropicana Field. That was on August 31st. That's when they had to pull Bogarts off the field in the bottom of the second because he had tested positive. And you could see the team immediately kind of wilt. Next inning, they allowed 6 runs, the worst inning they played all year.
The first pitch swing from Kevin Kiermaier and a very quick 1-2-3-4. Kenny, we can finish that thought as we continue. Quickest inning of the game so far on either side of the scorecard. It stays at 3-2 Red Sox lead. Get a taste of victory. If there's a triple play in the postseason, Evan Williams Bourbon will give $1 million to one lucky fan. Enter the triple play sweepstakes at evanwilliamsdugout.com for a chance to win big.
Oh, it's inside.
Hunter Renfroe, Kevin Plawecki, and Christian Arroyo against Andrew Kittredge, who continues in relief. He was able to get the final out in the bottom of the third, stranding runners in scoring position when he struck out JD Martinez. And it's a ball and 2 strikes to the former Ray, Hunter Renfroe. Check the count, 1-1, 1-1. Andrew Kittredge has such a distinctive style. He stands with his back exposed to the hitter, almost appears to lean back until the very moment he lets the ball go.
Everything he throws moves, and he certainly has tremendous movement on his fastball and the breaking ball and secondary stuff. Miss bats.
Dealing with a Boston lineup that has been loud. Statcast powered by Google Cloud. Most folks play Hunter Renfroe to pull. Broken bat flare that's going to drop in, and it's another leadoff hitter that reaches base. All 4 of them so far today.
Yeah, pretty amazing when you think about the stakes of a playoff game. That's a pretty good recipe if you're going to score some runs, is get that leadoff hitter on, and that bat went down on a hero.
Well, Kittredge will try to deliver a ground ball here. He's got a good ground ball rate, almost 55%, well above league average. And here's Kevin Plawecki, who grounded into the inning-ending double play back in the second. And there's another bouncer. Loud to Franco, and another twin killing off the bat of Kevin Plawecki. They're 2 gone. Coming up later on, don't miss a winner go home ALDS game 3 on FS1, down 2 games to none. Pressure on the Southsiders as Anderson Abreu and the White Sox look to hold the line against Altuve, Alvarez and the Astros. Do or die tonight, 8 Eastern, 7 Central over on FS1.
This is when they say tailor-made. That's tailor-made.
Yeah.
Wonder where that came from.
I was going to ask you that because it's also golf time.
Oh, it's golf, yeah, but that I don't think it has anything to do with golf.
Room service, custom made. I mean, right there for the picking.
Yeah, we used to have make sure a couple of our guys were never in room 643 because they hit in 6-4 threes all the time, or vice versa, 4-6-3. We had to keep them out of those.
That's ridiculous. I've heard some ridiculous superstitions by you over the years. That might be the topper.
You're like, traveling secretary, please don't put so and so in room 643, please. We've seen enough of them.
You're getting a text from Jeff Blauser right now. Rolled back up the middle. Franco smothers it, gets to his feet, throws to first, not in time. Almost another terrific play by the rookie shortstop.
This is another selfish reason why, I'd like to see the shift go away, because of players like him that can field so many different places, right? He's taking care of that whole area, and he almost makes, to you call, a great play. Had he picked that ball up maybe even sooner, that would have been the difference. But man, covers some ground.
Once again, that gives Schwarber a chance to bat with the man on, as he did back in the third when he kept the line moving. He hit the second of 4 straight singles that opened the inning.
Oh, that's it.
Among players that were traded at the deadline, Kyle Schwarber's OPS after the trade was the best in baseball. He was really good with the Nationals to start the year and has made a huge impact on the Red Sox. Again, a lot of people thought Rizzo was the can't miss choice. If you're going to improve and upgrade at first base, everybody thought Rizzo would be the guy, what with his background here in Boston and all. Heimblum and the Red Sox went out and found Kyle Schwarber. He paid immediate dividends, not only with his own performance, but on the impact he'd had on Bobby Dahlbeck. Quite a 1-2 punch, quite a platoon combination at first base for Boston, a position that was thought to be a weakness early in the year.
Caught the outside corner when he was trying to go to the inside corner. See if he throws a slider. Slider's that kryptonite pitch right now for Schwarber. Of all the ones that he sees, this one's he swings and misses a lot on.
Time out!
Schwarber wanted time. A long hold there by Kittredge. Yeah, getting a little deeper into that first base position. Schwarber and Dahlbeck combined to put up really good numbers this year. And a lot of it based on Dahlbeck's improvements after Schwarber was acquired. Still the ball and 2 strikes. Allows out in short right in the repositioned infield alignment against a notorious ground ball pull hitter. Kevin Cash very aware of the fact that Schwarber has been a problem today. A homer, a single, he scored 2 runs. And he's a strikeout victim in his 3rd at-bat of the afternoon. A scoreless 4th posted by Andrew Kittredge. On to inning number 5 in a still 1-run game. This is brought to you by Good Sam Rentals. Travel America with Good Sam. And by Good Sam RV Parks, America's largest campground network. And this MLB Network telecast presented by Geico. Happy Geico-ween. Switch to Geico for more ways to save. Nate Eovaldi back to work to the top of the 5th inning we go. Mike Zunino, Joey Wendell, and Brandon Lau. And one of the big differences in this game, in the whole series, if you want to go back to the Tampa games 1 and 2, is Boston's ability to get the leadoff hitter aboard and the Tampa Bay Rays' relative inability to do that. They are 0 for 4 trying to place their leadoff hitter on base today.
Oh, it's outside.
Boston's put their leadoff hitter aboard in all 4 innings today. And in fact, for the Red Sox, their leadoff hitter has reached in 12 of their last 22 opportunities.
What you're seeing out of Nathan Eovaldi is nothing new, but what is new is his ability to mix and match his secondary stuff. He didn't have a few years ago. He didn't have the split finger. He's improved the backspin on his breaking ball and gets downhill with the fastball. He was giving up an alarming high average on his fastball prior to the last injury and getting underneath the baseball, but now he goes, if you can imagine, you get a chance to see where his mark when he lands, he's throwing the baseball pretty close to the hitter and it's exploding out of his hand.
Turned into another long plate appearance here for Mike Zunino, who in his first at bat had his longest plate appearance of the year. He extracted 11 pitches out of Eovaldi before finally striking out.
There's the landing spot, and that's getting downhill. As a big, tall guy using all his force. That's why he's throwing 98, 99 miles an hour.
Zunino sends a drive out to left, carries for Verdugo.
Well, when you talk about all the strikeouts, it's come via the splitter a lot, and that pitch is dropping out of the zone. You see the first 3 right there, splitters. There's a slider. You get a fastball above the zone. You just can't eliminate any pitches when a man is throwing strikes and utilizing his secondary stuff and getting you in a bind because you can't come off his fastball. That's why he has this many strikeouts. And really the Rays are got to figure out a way to make him throw as many pitches in the next 2 innings as possible.
Yeah. There's the number 9 hitter, Joey Wendell. Well, back to the splitter for Eovaldi. He's already thrown more splits today than he did in the entire start against the Yankees in the wild card game. He threw 8 splitters against New York. He's thrown it 16 times so far today. It's garnered 12 swings and 9 whiffs. And if those numbers stay like that, it's going to be one of the highest whiff percentage games against anybody's split finger fastball all year.
And that just tells you that the hitters can't pick up it coming out of his hand, and the depth of it's great.
Wow, he gets a call on it back to a breaking ball there. Ball and 2 strikes to count to Joey Wendell.
Yeah, you get a call like this, now Wendell's in a bind. I mean, not because he's gotten 2 strikes on him. He's in a bind because now the plate just got 4 inches, 2 inches on either side bigger in his mind, because what he thought was a ball, it was called a strike.
A little hesitation there. Going back to some of his Dice K. Louis Tion stuff that he showed us during the wild card game and has done during the year. He'll drop down in a different angle. He'll quick pitch. Watch the hesitation move. I'll show it to you again. He's working quickly here on a 2-2 count down to Joey Wendell. Wendell serves that into the opposite field. It gets past Verdugo. Wendell on his way to second. And that snaps a stretch of 7 in a row retired by Nate Eovaldi.
That's pretty good hitting by Wendell. He had himself put in a box there after that curveball that was called a strike. Well, he got another curveball and stayed on it. And that one just spun there, didn't take the turn. And he, much like most left-handers, and if they go the other way, a la Wade Boggs, that wall is close. It's unbelievable how close it is. You can't imagine it, and I don't know if TV can do it any justice until you either A, take BP, B, shag out there, and there's a lot of responsibilities that the center fielder and the left fielder, shortstop, third baseman have to have when it comes to that wall and the bounces it takes off of it. It's not your normal duties. Like shortstops would never have to run out to left field in any other ballpark. They do here because they got to help out the left fielder. Same thing with the center fielder.
Well, you can tell Verdugo was trying to get there aggressively and hold Wendell to a single, and that's when the ball squirted past him. 0-2 the count to Brandon Lau. Struck out in the first and reached on the error to Schwarber in the third. You wouldn't know it by the way this game has started, but Lau has really liked his experiences hitting at Fenway Park. He's been great here for his career.
Great job there. That was a spiked, I think, split that ate up.
Plawecki able to just keep that in front of him. He has worked really well with Nate Eovaldi. He's turned into a personal catcher, and we asked Alex Cora about that before the game today. And he said, yeah, I actually don't mind if you say that's the case, because that's kind of what it is. They're good together. And that's his guy back there. So it's a ball and 2 strikes to Brandon Lau, who is a .444 career hitter at Fenway Park. And among players with at least 50 at-bats here, that is the highest average ever.
Ooh, that was a good take. He had thrown that where he wanted to, and Lau had been swinging at that pitch. I still think he can throw him another one, but there's your point there at Fenway Park.
Switch hitter next, and then the left-handed power threat of Austin Meadows, and that's why you see lefty Josh Taylor up in the Boston bullpen, as dominant as Eovaldi has been. Lau sends that to center field, right in the tracks of Kike Hernandez, who makes the catch for out number 2. And pitching coach Dave Bush is coming out now. I feel like in this inning, John, there's at least some louder contact by the Rays.
Yeah, they worked him over 80 pitches, and that's huge if you're only in the 4th inning as a starting pitcher, because that only gives you room for maybe 2 more innings. And right now, the way he's throwing and the way the Rays are seeing or not seeing the ball, moral victories are to get him out of the game as soon as possible. And so this meeting is going to be about talking about Franco and the attack of how they want to see this young man who's so living up to the highest of expectations. I guess when you're #1 prospect in baseball, there's not much. I don't know. Can you exceed the ceiling?
I mean, #1 with a bullet, with an asterisk. Take a look at where Eovaldi is in the game, 4 2/3 into it. Wander Franco led the Rays in batting average, contact rate. Had a 43-game on-base streak during the season. It put him in the company of a number of Hall of Famers. He has justified that #1 prospect status that he wore for 2 years. Here he is in a big spot. Takes a strike. Frank Robinson, Mickey Mantle, Archie Von Mellot. And a pretty good list for a guy that's still in the infancy of his major league career. 43 games in which he reached base safely. The longest among players age 20 or younger.
Well, his average is about 385 when he's facing pitchers that get over the 80 pitch mark. For whatever that's worth. Saw that number, so I thought I'd throw it out there.
Like it. And a ground ball for Schwarber that's going to get Eovaldi out of the jam. A runner left stranded in scoring position. Middle of the late afternoon. And the home side still on top by a run. Rays into the bullpen for their third reliever of the afternoon. He is the hard-throwing right-hander Peter Fairbanks. He'll draw Kike Hernandez, Rafi Devers, and Xander Bogaerts. First things first, keep the leadoff hitter off base. And Hernandez, staying aggressive, falls behind 0-1 on the foul ball. Fairbanks really good during the regular season. He was really good in last year's ALCS, but stumbled in the World Series against the Dodgers last year. And this early series of moves to the back of the Rays bullpen has been fascinating to watch. Kenny, does this give us any insight on the way the rest of this day or series might set up?
Well, Matt, it's obvious they're going for it here. But for Game 4, it was always going to be a bullpen game. And the two guys they probably will stay away from today would be Colin McHugh and Luis Patino. And they can start one of them and use the other in back of that guy in Game 4. If it's Patino, that would be a 4th straight rookie starter.
We talked about the relative inexperience of the Rays rotation when we went on the air today. It's been a theme, certainly. Drew Rasmussen 2+. 2-1 to Kike. Hit a bunch out to left. And that one's gone! Oh, man! Kike Hernandez is the hottest hitter on the planet. Red Sox. Devers trying to make it back to back.
Right in the wheelhouse, inner third. That's where his swing plane is at his best. And man, is he at his best right now. I'll tell you what, that swing, I know we've been talking about Devers, but he walked out of the box after that swing trying to, whatever discomfort in that bottom hand, trying to get it back, because he faces 98, 99 miles an hour.
Devers falls behind 0-2. Kike Hernandez has hits in 7 straight at-bats. I mean, bear in mind he had a record-setting Friday, and he's followed it up with a 3-for-3, including a homer here in Game 3 today.
It's too bad they don't give out any awards for the first series, which I never understood, by the way.
With you, I've never gotten that myself, and that looked like a really painful swing by Devers. And there's one gone.
I mean, this is just foot down, watch the bat path, just right to the baseball. Let the power of the arm and the ball that came in there fly out. And again, what I thought was going to be so interesting in this series is starting to play out. How are the Rays going to navigate the games that were started by young pitchers against a vaunted, really, really good offense? And right now that offense is flexing its muscles. Not to mention, Matt, you get to see these guys multiple times in a series. The Rays, that is. So that's why this game's being managed the way it is, because Kevin Cash knows, A, what he's going up against and what he's got left for the next game. He's got to keep this one close.
Ball with no strikes. The count to Xander Bogaerts. Second leadoff homer of the game. The Rays still have not retired a leadoff batter in an inning today. I'm speechless at what Kike Hernandez is in the midst of here. In Game 2, just by way of refresher, he tied the Major League postseason record for hits in a game with 5. Matched the Red Sox record. It also tied a Major League postseason record for extra base hits in a game. 4 of his 5 hits were for extra bases, and there was no cooling him off tonight. Change of venue, day off, didn't matter. This guy is unstoppable right now.
And not to mention what his postseason career average just went up to. I mean, that's significant.
2 balls and 2 strikes.
That's 8 hits.
I mean, he had, yet to your point, had success as a Dodger in the postseason. His career has put him in the postseason virtually every one of his seasons as a big leaguer. I mean, this is his 62nd postseason game. Full count now, 3-2 to Xander Bogaerts. Well, if there was a Division Series MVP, Kike Hernandez is off to a great start toward that. Born in Puerto Rico, originally drafted by the Astros, won a ring last year as a Dodger, and came aboard in Boston on a 2-year, $14 million deal, the likes of which Alex Cora described as a deal that kind of cemented our team. And there's ball 4. Kenny, I'm sure there's a lot of other clubs out there with remorse over not getting involved in the Kike Hernandez sweepstakes in the winter.
There is, Matt, but what's interesting here is that the initial plan with him was to play him at second base. Maybe we want to see what's going on with this meeting first.
And I don't know that anybody saw a health concern coming for Pete Fairbanks today.
Something to do with the mound and where he landed.
Okay.
In my opinion.
All right, so the original plan with Kike was to play him at second base. That way he'd finally settle in at one position. But for the Red Sox, the greater need developed in center field. He played only 5 games there in spring training, but he winds up playing the majority of the time in center and is one of the best defensive center fielders in the game. If you go by defensive runs saved, that's a cumulative stat. He ranked 3rd in the majors among all center fielders, behind only Michael A. Taylor and Harrison Bader, and he played far fewer innings than those guys. He told me, I never thought the one spot I'd find would be out in center field.
He has really solidified the Red Sox with his play in center for sure, and that's Alex Cora's words, not ours. He's been an unstoppable force at the plate in this series. And here's Alex Verdugo now, 0 for 2 so far. He's got a runner aboard, a run in with 1 away. Go back to the pitch before the mound visit to see if we can identify the concern with Fairbanks. Hey, he turned his landing foot there.
Yeah, you know, you're dealing with when you come in as a reliever, you're dealing with everybody else's work.
Runner goes. Boy, a big jump had Bogaerts, and it's a foul ball by Verdugo.
And so the landing of Aldi's a little deeper, and so Fairbanks hits the spot different than you would if it was a clean mound and creating your own landing spot. So that's a part of being a reliever and understanding to navigate around the mound that's already been used. And Evaldi's looking like he's done.
Yeah, that's a guy in exhale.
Yeah,
right.
you don't hang out like that in a game of this magnitude.
Tampa's got J.P. Fireeisen up in the bullpen. The other player, along with Rasmussen, that came from Milwaukee on the Willie Adames trade back in May. And we've showed you Josh Taylor, who's been up for a while, a couple times now with the Red Sox. It appears he's coming into the ballgame next inning. You got a lot of baseball to play here still today. Fairbanks trying to hold the Red Sox to just the run on a Hernandez homer. 1-1 to Alex Verdugo.
This right here is too big of a swing for a guy who's struggling with something. And again, it's not normal, right? When you take that hand off the way he's been taking it off on particular swings up. And this one took a lot longer for him to recover after his swing and misses. Seeing games 1 and 2 swing and misses, same kind of scenario, but this one took a longer time. I got to give him a lot of credit for whatever he's dealing with and showing up and grinding it out.
Verdugo with a swing and a miss. That one gets away from Zunino. In real time, we weren't sure if that was fouled away or not. It's a strikeout recorded on Verdugo with Bogaerts advancing to second. Zunino just boxed it.
Yeah, just backed up and caught the wrong part of the glove, anticipating the turn a little more.
Runner in scoring position now for J.D. Martinez, who has singled and struck out.
Oh, it's inside.
And this is again where I would be a little nervous with the right field being right open, meaning the right side of the infield, nobody there. You see Troy's way off the line to try to protect. But this is the kind of hitter where JD can serve one the other way. He did it twice in Tampa.
That's into right field. It's going to carry for Arozarena to retire the side. Nothing further after the homer. However, Kike Hernandez with more damage in the series. 17 total bases in 2.5 games. And a now 4-2 Boston lead. Boston goes to the bullpen for the first time as Nate Eovaldi is a wrap after 5 great innings today. The only damage, the 2-run homer by Austin Meadows in the first. And it's Josh Taylor here in the 6th. Not a lot of left-handed relief options for Alex Cora. Taylor's first offering to Austin Meadows is fouled off into the seats. It's really Taylor and Martin Perez, who spent most of his time in the rotation as a Red Sox this year. But this is a key moment in the game by virtue of the 2 left-handed hitters that are scheduled to come to the plate here.
Taylor fastball, touches 95 or above, and pretty much slider, curveball. And we get a chance in this type of game because of the series and where it's at to see about 13 pitchers maybe between 2 teams. Good. What are we at now?
Postseason baseball at its finest. 6 and counting. Meadows with a bouncing ball for Bogaerts on the other side of the second base bag for the first down. Reminder to get your game on at MLBshop.com for authentic on-field caps, tees, hoodies, and more. Get all your postseason gear and wear what the champs wear at the official source, MLBshop.com. And you can predict which players will stack the most total bases each day. If you had Kike Hernandez, congratulations. Compete to win $20,000. Enter MLB Base Chase presented by Michelob Ultra at MLB.com/base chase. See official rules for details.
This is one of those games that if you're the Red Sox fan, you're not happy that you're only up 2, right? Feels like you should be up 5, 6. You're mashing the ball. You're on base all the time. So it's still within striking distance for the Rays. And I think that's why Kevin Cash is approaching it from his bullpen standpoint. But now the Red Sox, whose bullpen was hot down the stretch, needs to deliver in the moment from the 6th, 7th with the lead.
Nelly Cruz struck out twice against Eovaldi.
Oh, too hot.
It's a ball and a strike. Well, the Boston bullpen was not in great shape at the end of the regular season. Remember, Boston had to come from behind on the final Sunday of the regular season to earn a spot in the wild card game. But Ever since the postseason started, Boston's bullpen has been on lockdown. A 2.50 ERA in the playoffs. The home run's been a little problem. They've allowed 5 earned, 4 of them on homers.
But Alex got a couple guys, that guy in particular, he got a couple guys hot that he wanted to go to, and Brazier, Robles. Maybe overall the numbers didn't look great for a lot of them, but they got in a kind of a mode where he could go to 3 guys that he wanted to. And that's the dream of every manager, to have 3 hot starters, 3 hot relievers, and 3 hot hitters in your lineup, and then you can navigate a lot with that formula.
Tanner Houck was unbelievable on Friday. Brazier 3 strikeouts in a perfect inning on Friday, and Cruz 1 hops it past Bogaerts on into left. A 1-out single in the Tampa 6th. And now Kevin Cash is likely to make a move to his bench. He had Ji-Man Choi scheduled. He's got Yandy Diaz available, and Diaz and Choi kind of played a platoon game at first base, and it's going to be Yandy Diaz to bat here.
How about, just to show you the way Rays do things, how about Luplow hits a grand slam and then gets pinch hit for the next?
Yeah, that's, you're right though. That's the Rays. That's the DNA. I mean, and that Dave Bush is going to come out with a little reminder on how to attack Yandy Diaz, since he was not in the starting lineup.
When it comes to your health, what you do next matters most. Roman, official partner of Major League Baseball.
So the Rays go to the bench for a Citrix pinch hitter. And after Diaz, it's the right-handed hitting Randy Arozarena. Taylor's got to face at least one more batter, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a bullpen move for that guy. One out, one on, and a strike to Yandy Diaz. Diaz has had some postseason success. A couple of years ago, a pair of homers in the AL wildcard game against Sean Manaea. In the air out to shallow right field. Arroyo backing up on it from second for out number 2. So Arozarena scheduled, and here comes Alex Cora to make his move for Brazier. I mean, we keep saying this, but this is setting up the biggest at-bat of the night so far.
Sure is, and they've done a nice job after Arozarena did his thing in game 1, shutting him down.
Boston goes to the bullpen. The story of last year's postseason, Randy Arozarena has a chance to make his mark on this year's postseason when we come back.
I can turn anyone into a beach bum. I bring families together for a living. I make memories for people I don't know yet. I know this view is too good not to be shared. I am a verbal host.
Here's a good Halloween trick. Buy a bunch of Reese's. There you go. Turn off all the lights in your house. Yeah. And then just don't answer the door. Not sorry, Reese's.
If enjoyment isn't part of the process, don't trust the process.
Our house seemed like a dream come true. Great character, great neighborhood.
Until Mrs. Cashman started feeding the neighborhood cats.
All the cats.
We need to move right now.
With Rocket Mortgage, we can adjust our home loan options in real time.
Customize our monthly payment, down payment, and closing costs.
Please?
And no cats.
It was a catastrophe.
Just no.
When you need control over your home loan, Rocket can.
Wendy's new Big Bacon Cheddar is here. Because to make new flavors, you have to go above and beyond. Unlike some places.
Wendy's put cheddar on the bun? What do we got?
Sesame seeds.
Yes, seeds!
Try Wendy's new Big Bacon Cheddar today.
I wonder how the firm's doing without its fearless leader. You sure you want to leave that all behind?
Stay restless with the RX. Crafted by Lexus. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Well, there has been one career meeting between Red Sox right-hander Ryan Brazier and Tampa's Randy Arozarena. It came on Friday when Brazier struck out the side in the bottom of the 7th inning. Arozarena represents the tying run here. Top half of inning number 6 and a 4-2 Boston lead. Back to Brazier. One pitch does the job tonight. To the bottom of the 6th. Still 4-2 Red Sox. Network with Hall of Famer John Smoltz and Ken Rosenthal, Matt Vasgersian, a 4-2 Red Sox lead. Go to the bottom half of inning number 6. Yandy Diaz, as we guessed, staying in the game at first base for G-Man Choi, and JP Fireeisen takes over on the mound for the Rays. So get the bottom third of the Boston order, and we'll try to retire a leadoff hitter for the first time tonight. All 5 have reached base safely for Boston. That includes the 2 homers that led off innings by Schwarber and Hernandez.
Yeah, pretty amazing to be this far into the game and can't have gotten a leadoff hitter out yet. It speaks to the volume of offense that the Red Sox have. One of the lesser velocity guys in the pen, but he can spin it. Sliders and changeups, and only about 93, which doesn't seem right if you're coming out of the Rays pen with only 93.
Boston showing a pinch hitter next. First the 1-1 home. 2 balls and a strike to Hunter Renfroe. Christian Vasquez will bat next, and he'll stay in the game at catcher. That all made possible with the departure of Nate Eovaldi. Kevin Plawecki caught him as per usual. So both managers really exercising their roster depth in the middle innings here tonight. 2 balls and a strike. Another leadoff hitter reaches base. This is unbelievable. And they're all hits too. We're not talking about leadoff walks. That matches a Red Sox postseason franchise record.
That's the best you can do. 6 for 6.
I mean, wow. It's been Renfroe twice on singles in the 4th and now here in the 6th inning, and another visit from Kyle Snyder. The last time the Red Sox put 6 leadoff hitters aboard in a game, and it had happened 3 times before tonight, was Game 5 of the 2004 ALCS. Alex Cora signaling to the umpiring crew that he's announcing a pinch hitter, as Christian Vasquez goes to get some last-minute instruction from Carlos Fablas. They going to put something on here? Well, we know Alex likes to step on the gas pedal. He's got the leadoff hitter aboard.
The guy handles the bat pretty good. I mean, he had his power stroke working a couple years ago, and he's lost that power stroke.
Only 6 homers this year for Christian Vasquez.
Oh, it's inside.
Ball and no strikes. Bear in mind that the number 8 spot in the Red Sox lineup has been responsible for 2 double plays in this game. Both of those off the bat of Kevin Plawecki. Arroyo next, and then it's the top of the order, and then the trouble comes with Schwarber, Hernandez, and Devers. There goes the runner, and it's a swing and a foul tip. Yeah, they had something going here. Was that a swing and miss or a foul ball? Because Renfroe's still at second base. That was just a swing and miss. Oh, that's fouled.
Yeah. He's coming back.
So it's, yeah, thank you. It's a ball and a strike.
Vasquez better against righties than he is left-handed pitchers, and he likes the ball in the middle third, inner part of the plate.
They're going to send him again.
I don't think back to back, but you never know.
This takes put. The bunt is up the first base line for Diaz, who applies the tag, and the sacrifice works. A reminder to follow all the action of the postseason with the MLB app. From real-time tracking of every pitch to in-depth analysis of the games, download the MLB app today. Make sure this postseason is major.
Okay, I had Boston coming in with 10 sacrifices. Put them 24th in the league, and Tampa is dead last with 6. So you just saw something rare.
I mean, postseason, right? You just throw it all out, don't you?
Yeah.
Especially with Alex Cora. And here's Arroyo now with a chance to play to run, a man in scoring position. Part of the Red Sox crazy offensive success Friday night in St. Pete was that they went 9 for 18 with runners in scoring position. They're 2 for 6 in game 3 today. Oh, 0-1 the count to Arroyo, who's got 2 singles on his line. Chopper to third. Nicely played by Wendell for route number 2.
Now what do?
You don't walk him to get to Kike. Are you kidding me? You want to face Babe Ruth? No chance. I mean, I'm right.
Yeah,
okay.
No, absolutely.
I thought maybe I was missing something there.
No.
I mean, maybe if it was a regular human on deck, you'd consider it, because Schwarber is always a threat. But I mean, Kike Hernandez is unconscious right now.
Yeah, you're definitely aware of it when you're on the mound, knowing you go over the scouting reports and nothing's been executed, or you just tip your hat and you say, okay, I can't let this guy beat me anymore.
First pitch to Schwarber's fouled off.
And honestly, not to say anything disrespectful, that wouldn't be the guy you're circling in their lineup, because their lineup's so deep. You might circle other guys and go, okay,
yep,
you know, now it's a Sharpie circle. Now it's a bullseye circle, because he has beaten you in the last 2 games at a rate that just is unfathomable.
0-1 the count to Kyle Schwarber. Bouncing ball into the shift for Lau, and that runner in scoring position is left stranded. A big hold by J.P. Fireeisen and the Rays to the 7th. Still 4-2 Boston. Action starting at 1 Eastern, 12 Central on TBS. Game 3 of the Brewers-Braves series at 3:30. It's the White Sox, if they can hang on tonight, forcing a Game 4 against the Astros. That'll be followed by at 7 o'clock. Game 4 of this Rays-Red Sox series on FS1, and then at 9:30 back to TBS for Game 3, Giants-Dodgers. Terrific action all day tomorrow. Ryan Brazier continues, top of the 7th inning. They'll get Kiermaier, Zunino, and Wendell. And yes, we're in the 7th inning. But this is the time of the night when the Rays feast. Christian Vasquez takes over at catcher, as we guessed. Tampa has a plus 113 run differential from the 7th inning on this year. That was the best in baseball during the regular season. 0-2 to Kiermaier. They have already tonight, however, used 2 of their high leverage relievers. Boston holding a 2-run lead in the 7th. Two-strike count, and then the Red Sox modify their infield shift.
That's foul.
Kiermaier fouls that one off. One of the recon projects in the Tampa bullpen, right-hander Matt Whistler is up.
Rays have that unique, showed it before, the arm slots, so many different arm slots that come out of the bullpen, kind of like every angle you want to try to offset the style of hitting that exists today.
And Kiermaier strikes out. So Brazier got the Rays, or the Red Sox rather, out of a tight spot in the 6th with 1 pitch when he got Arozarena to tap out in front of the plate. He strikes out Kiermaier, and now he faces Mike Zunino. If Tampa comes back to win tonight, it would come against the Boston bullpen. And part of that narrative would have to include Zunino's 2 very long plate appearances against Nate Eovaldi, contributing to just a 5-inning start. Kind of thing that wouldn't really show up in the box score. It's very rare when a reliever in back-to-back postseason games, John, you know this as well as anybody, faces the exact same part of a lineup.
Yeah.
And that's what Brazier's doing here. He faced Zunino, Kiermaier, and Arozarena on Friday, and he gets that same group in reverse order tonight.
Yeah, it doesn't always work that way, but it's nice if it does, because then you've got some history to go on. Well, these are all the pitches. You see the quick examples of what he faced and how long it took, and then finally Eovaldi strikes him out on a high fastball.
It's the other left-handed reliever, Austin Davis, up in the bullpen for Boston. Again, you can include Martin Perez in that group, though he pitched primarily as a starter this year. Zunino fouls another one away. He's been entertaining tonight, hasn't he?
There's a railing there.
It's Eduardo Rodriguez. He is technically available today in relief if need be. Short start from Chris Sale on Friday. You throw all those availability equations into a different mix in the postseason for sure. Still 0-2 to Zunino. About 39,000 people thought that was a swing and a miss. I know how you feel, sir. I make that mistake all the time.
Does fouls off the breaking ball.
The next 0-2. On the ground to the left side. Bogarts gathers it in with plenty of time to get him.
This crowd's fired up, standing up. About what? Hour or so ago, they were relieved by their other hometown team when winning on the road on a field goal.
That's right.
So they're relaxed. They're ready for a doubleheader. Sweet.
Yeah, I mean, it did not start out as a good day for the Pats. It's going to be off for Brazier with Joey Wendell scheduled to hit. The call will go out to Austin Davis. A pitching change for the Sox. We'll be right back.
It's a nice truck.
Yeah, it's a Chevy Silverado. Check out this multi-flex tailgate.
Multi-flex, huh? Wow.
Comes a step.
Mom, Dad's flexing again.
That's not all. You can extend the bed for longer stuff.
Is he still
flexing?
That's right. And it becomes a workspace. You can put your laptop here. I'm sending an imaginary email.
Hey, Dad, dinner!
Hey, look who stopped by Daddy's office.
Wait, you work here?
The Chevy Silverado with the available multi-flex tailgate. Find new flexibility, find new roads. Chevrolet.
Does your deodorant keep you fresh all day? We put Dove Men deodorant to the test with Nelson, a volunteer that puts care into everything he does.
It really protects my skin. It's comfortable and it lasts a long time.
Dove Men, 48-hour freshness with triple action moisturizers.
I can turn anyone into a beach bum. I bring families together for a living. I make memories for people I don't know yet. I know this view is too good not to be shared. I am a verbal host.
Welcome to Allstate, where we've just lowered our auto rates. And savings like that follow you everywhere. Now get new lower auto rates with Allstate. Because better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click or call for a lower auto rate today.
I look fly. Yeah, I look good.
Look good. Feel good. Play good. Gillette Pro Glide. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball to get virtually every hair on the first stroke. Look good, game good. Gillette.
All right, the wheels continue to turn in both dugouts. Changes on both sides, starting with a new pitcher, left-hander Austin Davis.
Austin Davis, 93 to 94 mile-an-hour fastball with a slider, curveball, changeup.
He will face a pinch hitter batting for Joey Wendell, the right-handed hitting Jordan Luplow. And if you saw the grand slam he hit against Chris Sale on Friday, you know all about what he can do against left-handed pitching. He has been used in this capacity throughout his career in Cleveland, in Tampa. Base is empty with 2 gone, and it became a choice for Kevin Cash. Do you save Luplow? You let Wendell hit? I mean, it's 2 out, bases empty. It's not like you got a rally on your hands here, but he wants to start one.
Yeah, he'd like to get it up to the top of the lineup, but the Rays find ways to find guys to do their thing, right? We mentioned about Luplow. Hits a grand slam and then watches the rest of the game. But they put guys in positions to have success.
And now Davis has fallen behind 3 balls and no strikes. Brandon Lau waits on deck. I mean, Tampa wants to find a way to get Franco a chance this inning. Switch hitter who could bat right-handed against Davis. And it's a 4-pitch walk to the pinch hitter.
Now I got some thunder coming to the plate. Tying run coming to the plate. That's really all you want from this point on. You got to get the tying run to the plate every chance you can if you're the Rays, with very little time left.
Lau's overall numbers on the screen against lefties, however, They are significantly lower. And there's Davis's first strike. A 662 OPS against left-handed pitching for Brandon Lowe, and a batting average under 200. He is just trying to figure out a way to keep the line moving and give Wander Franco a chance next. Ball and a strike.
Yeah, at this point, you're in the dugout of the Rays. You're like outfield grass. And the reason you say outfield grass, you want that ball to touch outfield grass.
2-1. 7 pitches, only 1 strike issued by Davis since entering the game.
How disciplined can Lau be to avoid any kind of spin right here? Look for 1 pitch and avoid anything that breaks.
Yeah, that was close. Luplow looked like he might have been leaning. Can't imagine him going anywhere here. Some of those splits that we talked about a moment ago with Lau, much more damage against right-handers. That's well hit into center field, but playable for Kike Hernandez to retire the side. Kike leads things off in the bottom of the inning, trying to further a franchise record. Boston is tied at 2. Boston takes its first lead of the day. Kike Hernandez is the hottest hitter on the planet. Kike Hernandez right in the middle of another Boston lead. 4-2 Red Sox. Some changes for the Rays. Jordan Luplow, after pinch hitting, takes over at first. That moves Yandy Diaz across the diamond to third. And a new pitcher for Tampa as well. Their 6th of the game is the veteran right-hander Matt Whistler.
Got to get that slider to be a little more effective than it was last game.
Hey, they got him out. The first time a Red Sox leadoff hitter has been retired tonight. The first time Hernandez has hit into an out tonight.
Might have to bench him next game, I think.
Some info on Matt Whistler, as John alluded to. He gave up the go-ahead 3-run homer to J.D. Martinez in Game 2 on Friday night. He was acquired from the Giants in June. 29-year-old veteran right-hander who has spent time in a number of different uniforms. And he just did something that's proven very difficult.
Had an index finger or finger issue with that, an injury that was affecting his slider.
They continue to pound Devers with high fastballs. How about 2 pitches and 2 outs for Matt Whistler? Let's go down to Ken Rosenthal with a little bit more on the Rays right-hander.
Well, Matt, after the last game, there was some question whether the Rays would stay with Whistler or whether they put him on the injured list for this series, and obviously the next one if they go that far. That right middle finger problem sidelined him twice, once in August through early September, and then again from September 10th to 30th. But asking Kevin Cash about this today, he said he is too valuable for us to run from. He's okay.
He's looking for the Rays' first 1-2-3 inning since the 4th inning on Friday night. Xander Bogaerts hitless, 0 for 2 with a walk today.
And again, when it comes to offensive production, you would think this series is not a fair fight. The way that Boston has been able to just another 11 hits today, 20 last game, yet they're only up 2. I mean, that's the Rays kind of found a way to hang in there. They got 2 innings to do something about that.
Bogarts lines it to left. Oh, man! Meadows just stabbed it out of midair. That one had some hair on it. Yeah! It's like running down a speeding bullet. A 5-pitch inning with a little help. And a still 2-run game in Boston.
Game 3 of this division series matchup, plus breakdowns and some key demos, right, Harold?
You know, it's all about fundamentals, right? Especially this time of year. You want to catch it, even on a routine play like we saw tonight in Boston with Schwarber. You got to make the play, and sometimes it's time to celebrate it.
Woo! Yeah!
The routine, Matt. Back to you.
Why do I feel like Hunter Pence is going to fit in well? I don't know that it's a compliment as much as it is an indictment. I say that with nothing but love. MLB Tonight, Greg, Harold, and Hunter breaking everything down right after the game tonight. Another pitching change as Hansel Robles takes over to work the top of the 8th, and they're taking to calling him high leverage Hansel because he has established a role in Boston's bullpen down the stretch, where he has really excelled in spots like this one, facing the toughest part of the Tampa lineup.
Now, the only thing about, and he's been hot, he's one of those hot guys that Alex has gone to, is it only takes one guy to be off his mechanics and not throw strikes to change the way the game's going. With this many pitchers in the game, you're asking everybody to come in and be on their game. So far, most of them have. And for the Red Sox, they're hoping the last 2 or 3 that come in will do the same thing.
Robles has fallen behind Wander Franco. Now 3 balls and no strikes. Meadows next, and then Nelson Cruz.
And that's the only downside of not having your hot hand stay in the game as long as possible, because now you bring in the chance of somebody not having a hot hand at a crucial time.
I'm reminded of this having just watched Hunter Pence. The only team to win more games this year than the Rays entering the 8th was Hunter's old uniform of the Giants. And it's 3-1 now. Robles has been great in the playoffs. Predates this year. He's retired 15 of 16 he has faced in the postseason. Franco sends a ball toward the monster. Verdugo looks up and it's gone. Back to a 1-run game.
It's a strong human. Young guy.
Well, if he wants the baseball, somebody just threw it back. A Red Sox fan up on the monster seats.
And that's the beauty of this ballpark, right? Fastball away. I said you want to get the left-handers to pull the ball and the right-handers to hit the other way because of that wall. And those that can use that wall and go the other way, wow, do their numbers go up.
First career postseason homer for Wander Franco. I mean, you could say he's going to be a star, but he's already a star.
Yeah, other than the first 2 weeks, he really looked a little overmatched. He made the necessary adjustments and then went on that long on-base streak that you talked about.
1-0 pitch to Austin Meadows is hit well out to center field, and that's off the monster. Meadows smelled double out of the box, and he's the tying run in scoring position with nobody out. Here come the Rays.
Again, this game has had a feel like Boston has completely been so close to breaking this thing open, hitting the ball all over the ballpark, and now we're one swing away in this ballpark of fans thinking, how can this be? The Rays have a chance to tie or take the lead. Another center cut fastball, thinking the other way. If you think about pulling this ball, maybe it doesn't have the results he just had right there. Is pitcher number 8 or 9? What do we got?
Let's see. Hansel is the 5th for Boston, and we've seen 6.
So look, we got 2 more to get to 13. And then there's the number you've seen right there. That the only thing they think about right now is changing that to 13. Wins when trailing entering the 8th inning. And the Red Sox second most games lost after leading going into the 8th inning.
Nelson Cruz now. He has singled and struck out twice and takes a strike. Boston bullpen is getting hot in a hurry with Garrett Whitlock and Adam Ottavino. Little topper. It's going to advance the tying run to third.
Well, not what you wanted your slugger to do, but in a weird way, at least he got the tying run at third with less than 2 outs. Puts pressure on Boston to bring the infield in. You have Diaz, who's a pretty good contact guy. Doesn't swing wild out of the zone. Doesn't chase much.
Yandy Diaz has been really good this year at scoring the run from third with less than 2 out. 35 opportunities, and he's plated that run on 21 of those occasions. Terrific success as you see the pinch runner Emmanuel Margot pinch running at third for Meadows.
Now you look for sliders in the dirt. Obviously that's not what Diaz is going to want to swing at. He's looking for a fastball up or anything up he can lift. Margot is going to try to read the ball off the ground. I highly doubt they have the contact play on, meaning as soon as he hits it, you go to home here in the 8th.
You got a Rosarena waiting on deck. And the first pitch to Diaz misses low.
Outfield's playing way too deep, so obviously anything in the air, with the exception of Renfroe, who's got a cannon. You see the green line, the sac fly line, and where the arm strength and the distance. 94 is pretty solid and right.
1-0 pitch. What's the first thing you think of when you see Emmanuel Margot at third in the postseason?
Well,
trying to steal home against Kershaw right in the World Series last year, and he came so close. Take a look at that outfield alignment. Verdugo exceptionally deep in left. Renfroe shallow in right. One to Diaz. Fouled back. Challenged him with a 98-mile-an-hour heater.
That was a great pitch because he threw it in. And he buried it in. Great pitch. Not much you can do with that.
To your point earlier, Diaz is awfully tough to strike out. strikeout rate of less than 16% of his plate appearances. Margot the tying run at third with only one away. The 1-2. Let's take you back to last year's Fall Classic, Game 5.
See, I think I looked at that a bunch of times. That sure looked like it could have been called a balk, but he stepped back and he tried his best swim move.
We've said this many times. If it's a full ballpark, maybe Kershaw doesn't hear the help that he got from the Dodger dugout. Maybe the whole thing goes down differently. Still 1-2 to Yandy Diaz. Two balls and two strikes.
He tried to throw that one 100.
Biggest lead of the night from either side's been 2 runs. Tampa had a 2-run lead early after the Meadows homer in the top of the first. The Red Sox 2-run lead late has been cut into by the Franco homer. 2-2. And Yandy a little early. Picked that a bunch. Two homers on each side of the scorecard tonight. So far early in this 2021 postseason, the team that out-homers the other is undefeated, 8-0.
All right, that was the pitcher's pitch, and that's the one that talks about his discipline and his ability to put the ball in play, not just a wild swinger. That's off the plate for a ball, and that's where you want to throw your slider. Tremendous job there by Yandy.
He has alternated between fastball and secondary, as you can see here, throughout the plate appearance.
Just guard against trying to throw a better slider and bouncing it.
Here's the next 2-2.
What a huge pitch. Above the zone, foul tip, 98. And now the Red Sox have done a great job against Arozarena by at least making him aware of the fastball in. And when he's aware of the fastball in, he gives up on the sliders away, and it gives kind of a feeble effort. First pitch, key. An aggressive hitter who wants to make something happen.
Ryan Brazier got him on a first pitch in the 6th to strand a base runner. Tying run 90 feet away with 2 gone. Offers at the first pitch again. This is the first career meeting between Robles and Arozarena.
What a bounce back so far for Robles. Came in, walked the first hitter. Or got wild, I'm sorry, didn't walk the first hitter, gave up the home run after it was 3-0. And he's found his release point.
Then the big double to Meadows. Arozarena sends that into left center field. That's going to drop and roll all the way to the wall. The Rays have tied it. Arozarena stumbled on his way to second, but still gets in safely with a double. And Arozarena is calling for some attention at second base. I'm not sure whether he's hurt or if he just wanted to talk to his first base coach, Ozzie Timmons. It looks like he's okay.
Well, and Kevin Cash is just going to try to get the umpires to agree with him and tell him that he thinks he could have got to third base. But he reaches out and hits the gap. An unbelievable effort in center field. But watch where Schwarber just trips him up.
Yeah.
And trips him up in a place where Schwarber didn't think he would take that wide of a turn. And then the discussion here is going to be about whether or not they think he could have got to third base, and he'd be entitled to because of interference.
And now Arozarena has come off the field. He's done.
I think he's just getting a drink of water.
He was high-fiving like he was going right up into the trainer's table. He's all right.
Wow, what an inning.
The gate's a little gimpy, but he's going to continue. And now Alex Cora is going to come out and make a pitching change. There's the contact as he kind of tangled feet with Schwarber, who was watching the play unfold. Kike sold out and tried to save the inning. And the Rays, who've done this all year, have roared right back to tie the game. Robles is being escorted off the field by the training staff. And Boston's going to the bullpen. A 4-4 ball game in game 3. We'll be right back.
Well, that's the thing about claims, you see. They don't happen on your schedule. I mean, take a chestnut. It doesn't just say, oh, beg pardon, sir, but is now a good time for a jolly bit of window cracking? Oh, I mean, if they did, you wouldn't need a Geico claims team that's available 24/7. Well, near as I can tell, chestnuts don't talk. Or maybe they're just really quiet.
Geico, your claims team is here for you 24/7.
Well, got things to do, Mr. Chestnut, so...
If enjoyment isn't part of the process, don't trust the process.
Wendy's new Big Bacon Cheddar is here. Because to make new flavors, you have to go above and beyond. Unlike some places.
Wendy's put cheddar on the bun? What do we got?
Sesame seeds.
Seeds!
Try Wendy's new Big Bacon Cheddar today.
Introducing the new City Custom Cash Card, a different kind of card that rewards Dan where his spending is trending. Just ask stepping outside his comfort zone, Dan.
I don't know where the hole for this is.
Or fourth time streaming that period drama, Dan?
You just made me miss your best line, so now I'm gonna have to start it again.
Even insisted he didn't need directions, Dan.
Okay, I'm not lost, I'm exploring. That said, do you know where I am?
From select gas, streaming, travel, and more. Earn 5% cash back that automatically adjusts to your top eligible spend category. Up to $500 spent each billing cycle.
Still looking for that money in your home, Daryl?
Yeah, this puppy should finally do the trick.
Well, good luck. We found ours yesterday.
Let me guess, in the attic.
With Rocket Mortgage. We used our home's equity and turned it into cash.
Equity?
Yeah, you can do it on your phone.
Check your phone before you wreck your home, Daryl.
That's easy.
When you want to find money in your home, Rocket can.
Oh, that's all good, Daryl. I got a guy.
Rocket.
It's been a wild top of the 8th inning. Randy Arozarena right in the middle of the comeback. 2 runs by the Rays has tied the score, and it has prompted a move to Garrett Whitlock, whose last appearance came on Tuesday in the wild card game. He finished out the game. A terrific body of work in his rookie season with Boston. They have chosen to officially walk Kevin Kiermaier. And Whitlock will go to work on Mike Zunino with runners at first and second and 2 away.
3-pitch pitcher. He's been one of the other hot guys again for Alex. I hate to sound like a broken record, but again, the more people you bring in, the more opportunities for things like this to happen. This is classic Rays style. Fight, scratch, crawl.
Here's Mike Zunino 0 for 3. The inning started out with the Wander Franco homer. Meadows doubled. With 2 away, Arozarena doubled in the pinch runner. Manuel Margot with the tying run. And Kenny, it strikes us all that these 2 Rays rookies right in the middle of their success during the regular season and again tonight.
I know Arozarena was the MVP of the ALCS last year, but yes, he is still a rookie. And Franco has so little professional experience still. Before he made his debut with the Rays on June 22nd, all he had done was 1 short season of rookie ball, 1 full year of Class A, time at the alternate site last year, and 180 plate appearances at AAA. That was it.
Oh, it's out.
2 balls and a strike. But we're seeing it play out before our very eyes tonight, why those 2 players are considered the favorites for American League Rookie of the Year. All due respect to Bobby Dahlbeck, Ryan Mountcastle, Adolis Garcia. 2-2.
Hey, 98.
Go-ahead run in scoring position. And a called strike 3. A new narrative as we head to the bottom half of inning number 8. 2 to tie it for Tampa. That's where it stays, thanks to Garrett Whitlock, to the bottom of the inning in a 4-4 ball game. Well, here we go. Bottom half of inning number 8. Alex Verdugo leads things off against Matt Whistler. Into center field. Coming on hard is Kiermaier to prevent another leadoff knock. The 3-time Gold Glover.
What a great play. They got to play so deep in center field because of the space they have to cover. So he's playing real deep, and this is a soft liner coming down. So his ability to get there and dive, precision, and he has made 2 great catches already in this series, 1 in their home ballpark. And that one could have been easily gets by him and a game changer.
Longest tenured member of the Rays, such an important part of their success over the years, and we're going to have a pitching change now. Set the realigned outfield defense and tell you about the new pitcher when we come back.
Oh, you're doing it wrong, man.
What's wrong with action figures?
Nothing, except buying them without Capital One Shopping.
What's that, Samuel, Mr. L. Jackson?
Capital One Shopping instantly searches for available coupon codes and automatically applies them. Just download it to your computer.
Whoa, you're my hero.
Yeah, I can tell.
You like it?
I look good in miniature. Capital One Shopping. It's kind of genius.
What's in your wallet?
I don't say it like that, Devin.
Incomparable design makes it beautiful. State-of-the-art technology makes it brilliant. The Lexus NX. Experience the crossover in its most visionary form. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
I look fly. Yeah, I look good.
Look good. Feel good. Play good. Gillette Pro Glide. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball to get virtually every hair on the first stroke. Look good, game good. Gillette.
I know the best coffee spot in town. I can make a rustic cabin feel modern. I am a guidebook for guests. I can make an indoorsy person outdoorsy. I give families a home, not just a place to stay. I am a Vrbo host.
Welcome to Allstate, where we have all new lower auto rates. And savings like that will make everyone feel like an MVP. Now get new lower auto rates with Allstate. Because better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click or call for a lower auto rate today.
All right, some changes defensively prior to the start of the inning that we can post for you. Verdugo was retired on the first pitch. The changes are in the outfield corners where Arozarena goes to left. And Manuel Margot stayed in the game after pinch running, and he takes over in right. JT Chagua is the new pitcher. Guy who throws his slider an awful lot, and a guy who has faced JD Martinez an awful lot.
Yeah, he saw 98. Occasional changeups as well. There's the numbers on the year.
Hurt. 1-1. Martinez is singled in 3 tries today. JD Martinez has faced JT Chagua more than any other hitter in the game, and started out 0 for 9 against him before doubling in September. That spells the 1 for 10, a topper for Zunino, who gets there with plenty of time, knowing that Martinez is not at full strength as a runner. 2 away. Quick reminder, you can bet live on the game now when you download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, an official betting partner of Major League Baseball. Scan the QR code now. I mean, we didn't expect anything less than a late tie tonight, because you got 2 teams that are so evenly matched, that are so familiar with one another. They've split the first 2 games of the series, tied late tonight.
I mean, I don't play chess, but there's been a lot of chess match moves, right? There's been a lot of mix and match and try to get the bullpen the way you want it. And just even the way this game was going, I can't help but think that there were a couple times that knockout punch was about to be had by the Red Sox, and somehow the Rays found a way to keep it close. They tied the game, and now we may see 16 pitchers. Who knows? But right now, each team knows the importance of this game because of what they have or don't have in Game 4 regarding a starting pitcher.
Ball and a strike to count to Hunter Renfroe. And to your point, there was a stretch in this game, John, between the 2nd and the 7th innings, a long stretch of this game where it just felt like the Rays lineup was flat. But again, to your point, they trailed by no more than 2 runs tonight, despite those tough middle innings. And they found a way to come back and tie it late.
Oh, it's upside.
So I believe the third inning, 4 consecutive hits. That's the inning.
To start the inning. Four straight singles for the Red Sox, and they had to settle with just 2 runs. Yeah, I agree. Lively fastball at 99 miles an hour by Chagua.
I just had to check my sheet that normally is, I'm normally staring at yours, but I've been locked in this playoff game and at least keeping score. Because I normally give up.
Don't look at my sheet. It's messy. Full count now. Christian Vasquez on deck next, hoping for a chance with 2 out in the inning if Renfroe can keep the inning alive. Three-two pitch.
Oh, no.
Did he check it? The appeal, he did check his swing, and it's ball 4.
He did.
I don't hear you say that often. Kyle Snyder making another visit now.
I mean, I would think one of this is about, look, if he's going to get a hit, meaning Vasquez, the ball's got to be away. Don't give in to the inner part, because that's his stroke for power, is the inner third of the strike zone. You just don't want to make a mistake there. You don't say it like that. You give a positive command by saying attack him away with sliders and fastballs away, and that's how you kind of fill in the scouting report without setting a negative in somebody's mind.
Vasquez laid down the perfect sac bunt back in the 6th inning that advanced a base runner with less than 2 out, but the Red Sox failed to score. The base on balls that Renfroe drew with 2 away ended a stretch of 8 straight batters retired by the Tampa bullpen. And they got into it early today when Rasmussen was removed in the 3rd. 1-1. It's been how the Rays have gone about it all year. So much confidence in their bullpen group that it doesn't matter if they're just deploying 1 or 2 of them late in the game, or if they have to chew up bulk innings as they have tonight. Broken bat pop to retire the side. We're headed to the 9th inning in game 3. The Rays and Red Sox still tied at 4. Good Sam ALDS telecast on MLB Network presented by Geico continues right after this. By the authority of the Office of the Commissioner and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. A couple of our colleagues among the all-time franchise greats here at MLB Network. Carlos Pena, Hall of Famer Pedro Martinez. With Hall of Famer John Smoltz and Ken Rosenthal, Matt Vasgersian back in a 4-4 game, top of the 9th inning. Garrett Whitlock continues. He's got a 0-1 count on Jordan Luplow, who drew a pinch hit base on balls in the 7th.
I mean, this guy's been nasty. To just think about being a rookie, right? In this spot. Throwing cheese.
Well, and a rookie who was hurt down the stretch. There was some concern about his availability as he was on the IL at the end of the season with a right pectoral strain. They activated him for the regular season finale. That game on Sunday the 3rd, where Boston had to come back and win on the road in D.C. As we mentioned, Whitlock finished out the wild card game Tuesday night.
He is painting on the outside corner.
He did give up a home run on Tuesday. Again, it was not a high leverage situation. It was a comfortable lead that he inherited that night against the Yankees. A ball and 2 strikes. Lau and Franco to follow. 2-2.
So much different this year, of course, for the Rays and those who have been able to get back to the playoffs. Last year, of course, the fans not being in most of the playoffs creates a different environment than this year. And you start feeding off that adrenaline, good and bad. You want to be in adrenaline at home, but you have to know how to handle the adrenaline at home because it's ramped up. As opposed to if you're on the road and pitching in the ninth, of course, let's say the game stays tied. This crowd will let you know where you're at and whether you made a good pitch or not.
That was a good one. Elevated 97-mile-an-hour fastball to strike out Jordan Luplow. Now it's Brandon Lau.
Brandon Lau, good fastball hitter. And he sees a changeup. What a good pitch.
In Rays franchise history, there have been 2 go-ahead hits in a postseason game in the 9th inning or later.
That's outside.
We certainly remember the most recent Brett Phillips' memorable walk-off in Game 4 of last year's World Series against the Dodgers. The first came against the Red Sox in the 2013 Division Series. Jose Lobaton had a walk-off homer in Game 3. Pivotal Game 3 tonight in a 4-4 tie. It's a ball and 2 strikes on Lau. There's Brett.
There is just nothing you can do with those 2 pitches. He dotted each corner, and now he can drop this changeup and make it end up in the dirt and could possibly get Lau to swing at it because he's already set his eyes down low looking at that pitch. Oof, yeah, it was. What a great job there. That is his classic. You set the eyes the hitters of the eyes down to that spot. He puts a lot of pressure on that 98-mile-an-hour fastball and throws a great changeup. That was that's one you put in the hopper and you keep watching if you're Whitlock. And he threw it in the dirt.
There's Wander Franco, whose homer started the 2-run rally in the 8th. Brought the Rays to within a run. They would tie it on the Arozarena RBI double. That home run makes him the youngest Tampa Bay Ray in franchise history to hit a postseason home run. 20 years, 223 days old. Evan Longoria held the previous record. He homered in a postseason game at the age of 22.
He's been pretty good at not swinging and missing at changeups off righties.
Bounced up the line for Schwarber, who feeds to Whitlock, and the Red Sox have a chance to walk it off at home tonight. We're going to the bottom of the 9th inning. Game 3 tied at 4. Arroyo, then the top of the order, Schwarber and Hernandez. Tonight, don't miss a winner go home ALDS Game 3 on FS1. Down 2-0. Pressure on the Southsiders as Anderson Abreu and the White Sox try to hold up against Altuve, Alvarez, and the Astros. Do or die tonight, 8 Eastern on FS1. And on a first pitch to Christian Arroyo, a bouncing ball. And 1 gone for JT Shagwa. Hey, the last time the Boston Red Sox walked off a postseason win, it was Game 2 of the 2013 ALCS. Jared Saltalamacchia did it against Rick Porcello. Doesn't seem like it was that long ago. 8 years ago. 12 postseason walk-off winners, second only to the Yankees in Major League history. Kyle Schwarber has delivered again tonight. A homer and a single. Make it a homer and 2 singles as he's aboard as the winning run.
Well, 2 pitches, 2 action balls, ground ball, now a base hit. So they're coming up here ready to swing, and nobody's been ready to swing more than Kike.
Going to have a pinch runner as Bobby Dahlbeck will run. And if a 10th inning is needed, he'll stay in the game to play first base. It's amazing how the game always finds a guy who's been in the limelight the entire night, and it's Kike Hernandez. 17 total bases, not just in the series, John. Remember, he was hitless in game 1. 17 total bases in 2 games.
That's insane.
The major league record for total bases in the first 3 games of a postseason series, Pittsburgh's Bob Robertson with the 1971 Pittsburgh Pirates, and that was 20. Strike one from Shagwa, former Dodger teammates, with the game on the line here in Boston tonight.
Well, the one thing the Rays are trying to do is see if they can get Kike to go the other way. Boy, he loves center to left center to pull. He wants to pull the baseball. And he's been getting his pitches and doing what he wants in this series.
Falls behind 0-2. You saw Nick Pivetta up a moment ago in the Boston bullpen. That's how important this one is for the Red Sox. Pivetta is the scheduled starter tomorrow, but Alex Cora is certainly worried about the present more than the future. I should also remind you that if this game goes into extra innings, the regular season rule starting a runner at second base does not apply. Oh. One and two. Two balls and 2 strikes. The previous Red Sox record for total bases in the first 3 games of a postseason series was held by Nomar Garciaparra, and it was 14. Kike Hernandez has shattered that with 17 total bases so far in this series. A strikeout victim here in the 9th.
Wow, what a pitch. Fastball tailing in, ties up Kike, and in the area that he normally loves to hit the ball. That late movement right there, just couldn't get the barrel in his hands to the ball. And now the guy that's probably playing through the most discomfort has a chance to be the hero.
Rafi Devers singled in a run in the 3rd. It was the 4th of the 4 straight hits that led off the inning. That's into the shift for Lau, and we're going to the 10th inning tonight. Extra innings in game 3, a 4-4 tie. The top of the 8th inning with Wander Franco's solo home run against Hansel Robles, and the Rays would add a second and tying run when, with 2 away and a runner at 3rd, Randy Arozarena cashed in.
Yeah, that little swing, reaching out, little kind of soft liner, but got the job done. And now we're back to regular extra inning rules. You and I have had a...
Oh, boy. Oh, boy, have we. Bobby Dahlbeck takes over at first base. You and I had the pleasure of an 18-inning division series game a few years ago between the Giants and the Nationals. And we were both on the call for different organizations for the longest postseason game in history, Game 3 of the 2018 World Series between the Red Sox and the Dodgers. Nick Pivetta takes over on the mound. He was to be tomorrow's starting pitcher for Boston. And a funny thing happened on the way to Game 4. An extra innings tie in Game 3.
Yeah, well, fastball straight over the top, and he's got a lot of curveballs that he'll throw from the top of the zone to the bottom. And did a nice job just kind of filling the gap. And now he's asked to do an incredible job here in a tie game.
And Manuel Margot has led off with a base hit.
That's that curveball. It rolled a little more right to left than north to south. And when it goes north to south, that's when it has better bite and better depth. And that one just allowed Margot to keep his hands back and be able to serve it out there for a hit.
Got to bring up Nelson Cruz with the runner on. One of the Rays' leading home run threats has been limited to a single in 4 turns at the plate. Well, the Rays' fortunes have changed for the better the later the game has gotten in terms of putting the leadoff hitter aboard. None of them in the first 7 innings, but the leadoff man has reached in 2 of the last 3.
Oh, time out.
Seven-time All-Star, hit 32 home runs during the regular season. Trying to lead the Rays in a come-from-behind fashion in just their 2nd ever extra innings game in franchise history. Postseason franchise history, of course. We already talked about that 2008 ALCS between these two teams. Tampa's only previous extra innings game in the postseason happened in that set. And Cruz slugs a high fly ball into center field for Kike Hernandez. One out, one on for Yandy Diaz, who's 0 for 2 so far in this game. Began the night as a non-starter. Ji-Man Choi started the game at first base. Margot's running and he got a big jump. It's fouled away.
Wow. Only wish Diaz could have seen that, but tough to make that call out of the corner of your eye. What a huge jump.
Yeah.
Traditionally a good curveball hitter is Yandy.
Margot stays put this time, and it's 0-2 to Diaz.
So we've seen the fastballs at the top of the zone.
Rosarena waiting on deck. Oh boy, it looked like Yandy was fooled that time. Turns into a good take.
Yeah, ball started pretty high. You see the late break, top of the zone easily above the strike zone.
One-two pitch.
I got it. Oh, it's close.
Oh, that was real close. You got one up here a number of years ago.
Yeah, I don't want to relive that one.
I know it wasn't a comfortable place that it hit you, but
I got boxed out by my Brian Anderson.
Yeah,
kind of deked me a little bit. At least that's the story I'm going with.
He's still snickering as he gets ready for Game 3 of the Giants and Dodgers on TBS. Still the ball and 2 strikes to Yandy Diaz. You know, because, and we talked about this earlier, it just felt like the Rays had nothing going. They've taken advantage of the few opportunities that they've had tonight. and it stands in line with the regular season, where not only did these two teams come back more than any other teams in baseball, but the Rays had the highest percentage of their base runners score during the regular season. A little closer at first base that time. And it doesn't sound like a huge number, but almost 17% of Tampa's runners ended up scoring, and that was the highest total in the game. Another throw to first.
Well, again, the way this game is played out, the resources used on the Rays end is very costly if they don't win the game. I mean, they poured in all of their resources to win this game because they're going to have to use a bullpen game tomorrow. Now, by the looks of it, we'll see which direction that Alex goes now that Pavetta's in the game.
There goes Margot again, and Diaz sends a fly ball to left for out number 2. Margot returns to first base. So now Randy Arozarena, who's 2 out, doubled in the 8th inning, tied it at 4. The guy who seems to step up the biggest in the tightest of moments. It's kind of an awkward pass at a fastball there.
Well, he was in between, but also that's that kryptonite area, right? I mean, he loves to get his hands extended. He's got quick hands, lightning quick hands, but you see there's no way to pull the barrel of the bat in on a pitch that's inside. When you pitch him inside, he has not had much success. Even if you get him out of way, it just changes his whole approach.
He's been terrific in the postseason in his brief time in the big leagues. Of course, a record-setting postseason last year. And in game 1 of this series, became the first player in postseason history to homer and steal home in the same game. The homer came off of Nick Pivetta.
Yep.
Margot runs. Throw down to second base. Not close. But Margot came off the bag. Oh, Manny Margot had that one stolen, but he slid off the bag. And the Red Sox will get another chance to walk it off. Wow, was that close.
They're going to check it.
They are going to take another look. This, I mean, if ever there was a time to use your review, I think he's safe, John.
Yeah.
I think he got the foot back on the bag.
So the key is going to be, does he get the tag on the shoe while it was up in the air? I mean, this is a difference of like a spike, right?
He's safe there, and it looked like he tried to move his leg back, which gave the appearance that he had come off the bag.
So watch this part right here. Does he get the cleat while it bounces up right there? And was he off the bag, and did he get back and get it in time? And I'm under the impression no, but we haven't seen all the angles. And remember, again, the call is he's out on
the glove doesn't get to him until there.
Right.
And you're right, until all the angles are exercised, I don't know that I even have a thought here.
So that bounce right there, if he doesn't get him on that bounce, then it looks like he's safe.
Yeah. Margot was looking to run that entire plate appearance. He stole 2 bases in the World Series last year. A replay review powered by Mitel. Of quick decision. And the call is upheld. To the bottom of the 10th inning in Game 3. Still tied 4 apiece. To the Good Sam ALDS on MLB Network. With Hall of Famer John Smoltz and Ken Rosenthal, Matt Vasgersian, this has been a terrific ball game. A 4-4 tie. To the bottom of the 10th inning we go. And David Robertson becomes the 8th Ray to pitch in this one. He and JT Shagwa, who pitched a scoreless inning in 2/3, setting this moment up, have now appeared in all 3 games of the series. And Robertson will have to go through the teeth of the Boston lineup here in the 10th. Bogarts, Verdugo, Martinez. Strike 1.
And these fans have been using their hamstrings the last 3 innings because that's all they've been doing is standing. It has been, with every pitch, intense, and they are ready to erupt. Got to use your hamstrings to stand, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, followed you there. I was just thinking about my own, which have been rather inactive for the last 18 or so months. Seasonably cool on this night in October. A warm afternoon here in Boston. Just a fantastic ball game. A ball and 2 strikes now to count on Bogarts, who has walked in 4 turns at the plate. For David Robertson, he appeared in Game 2 of the series on Friday night in St. Pete. Pitched around a 2-out double and ended up working a scoreless 6th inning. He has been through these postseason fires before, as you can see. Broken back ground ball for Franco. 1 away in the bottom of the 10th.
Lysol Pro Solutions is helping to keep these businesses in the game. Imagine what it can do for yours. Lysol, a trusted standard for protection.
There's Alex Verdugo now. He's been held hitless tonight after a 4-for-9 start to the series in the 2 games in Tampa.
And this is where, again, the pressure on the pitchers, of course, in a tie game, but the pressure is because that wall, and you want the hitters to hit to the biggest part of the park right now. When one swing can win the game, you don't want it over the Green Monster.
A strike to Verdugo. The fact that each team has gone deep into its bullpen really makes tomorrow's game fascinating. And if you're looking for starter candidates on the Red Sox side, all signs point to Martin Perez. Kenny, do you have any insights on that?
Well, we all thought it was Pivetta, right?
Yeah.
Martin Perez would be one possibility. Keep in mind, Eduardo Rodriguez on short rest. He pitched 1 2/3 innings in Game 1. Sale 1 inning in Game 2. I don't know how much confidence the Red Sox can have in either right now.
Ball and 2 strikes. Those initials TBD have appeared on the Rays press notes all year long.
Yeah.
I mean, they find a way to piece together 27 outs in ways that you can't really predict.
41 pitchers used this year. That's a lot. That got him 100 wins in the regular season. Now the question will be, can it get him a deep run with the amount of relievers that have been used? They led all of baseball in innings pitched. Up until the last 3 weeks, they led all innings pitched in ERA and the innings out of the relievers, which is really rare
2 balls and 2 strikes. Been quite a year for David Robertson. A free agent to start the season. Went to Tokyo and won a silver medal with Team USA. Pitched in the Olympics. Veteran right-hander trying to keep it tied to send the game to the 11th. And Verdugo has an opposite field base hit.
See, that's just great hitting, and that's passing the baton on. What I mean by that is not trying to just win it, taking what the pitch was and going where the pitch was thrown to you and getting a hit on what would really be considered a pretty good pitch outside part of the plate. Quiet, keeping his hands back.
Winning run is on base with 1 away in the 10th. The Red Sox have just been unbelievable in terms of their 2-strike success at the plate. 16 2-strike hits.
Yeah, that's a byproduct of a roster they put together. It's why year in and year out, when they have been in the postseason, they've made pitchers pay.
0-1 the count to J.D. Martinez.
A lot of it has to do with the influence of this guy. Once he got here, everyone thought, oh, his power numbers are going to go down. Look at right field. That's huge. He's a great opposite field hitter. Well, they haven't gone down. And the influence that he's had throughout the lineup in the organization for helping so many other players kind of with their philosophy of hitting, whether it's drills, whether it's what to do with 2 strikes.
Something that hitting coach Tim Hires, who you saw a moment ago there with Alex Cora, has talked about a lot in his time here, the J.D. Martinez influence. Tim's had a lot of success here. A ball and a strike. Hunter Renfroe waits on deck. 1 out, 1 on. Ball and 2 strikes.
Really good pitch. Now, of course, everybody knows if he hits the ball on the ground and it's at somebody, it's a double play. That's what Robertson's trying to get. It's a ground ball.
Good block by Zunino. You know, the importance of a game 3 when a 5-game series is tied at 1 apiece is clear, right? It's a swing game. It's crucial. But since 2013, the winner of game 3s in a best-of-5 that start tied 1 apiece have claimed only 54% of those series, a little better than half. I just suspect that in this particular series, the game 3 winner, it's going to be different because both pitching staffs are going to be a little messy heading into game 4.
Yeah, absolutely.
So while history says it's not a big deal, I just think it's going to be a really big deal in this set. Tomorrow for the Rays, you could start wondering about starting candidates. Would they bring Michael Wacha back to start tomorrow? He's certainly going to be in the discussion. Still 2-2 to J.D. Martinez.
Nine and a half. Tomorrow.
Pitchers used?
No.
Okay.
9.5 batters. If you had to guess if somebody would face 9.5 batters tomorrow, probably not.
If a starter will face 9.5?
Yeah.
Martinez sends a fly ball into shallow right. Long run for Margot. He sells out, can't get there. Wow, what a great effort. Into no man's land in foul territory, and JD gets another chance.
Yeah, he had to come a long way such a unique field. And if you're playing right field, you could play center field most places because you got to come a long way with all that room and then know that this shallow foul territory gets quick to that tarp.
He covered 118 feet in that sprint and needed maybe 2.5 more.
Yeah. Well, one thing, if you can't turn a double play, you want to trade base runners if you're the Rays.
Yeah. Verdugo runs well. Martinez is hobbled.
I'd already be thinking if I was an infielder in a soft liner, I'm letting it drop. Getting the force out at second. There's all the pitches there. Everything that he throws cuts. Robertson throws, I don't think he throws anything straight. Of course, under the influence of Mariano Rivera with the Yankees, so I'm sure he had some nice.
Fouled off in the other direction. This one out of play. Save Margot the run. Martinez has the ability to end it with one swing. One of the 5 Red Sox hitters with 20 or more homers and at least 75 runs batted in this season.
He's fighting off some pretty good pitches and getting a chance to see a lot of them.
Well hit out to center field. Kiermaier's got it for out number 2.
There's nothing like the crowd roaring when you know it's close. They've seen a bunch of games here, and he just misses about 7 to 10 feet of this ball. Verdugo did a nice job. He was standing at second base because at this ballpark, outfielders have been known to deke when they know the ball can't be caught because of the wall. So you can't necessarily watch the outfielders. You got to try to keep your eye on the ball to see it that it's going to bounce off the wall and the game would have been over.
So 2 gone. Verdugo still at first base as the potential winning run, and it'll be Hunter Renfroe, who singled twice and walked. It's tempting not to think about how either manager is going to find additional outs tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much longer the Rays would go with Robertson if he's kind of a 1-inning guy at this stage of his career. If he could go multiple innings, I think in a postseason game he'd tell you that he could. The 8th Ray to pitch in the game tonight, and again a couple of these guys have gone in all 3 games in the series. Yes, there was a travel day in between games 2 and 3, but that's a lot of work. And Renfroe pops it in the infield, likely sending us to an 11th inning tonight. Game 3 is still a 4-4 tie. League Division Series is brought to you by Good Sam Rentals. Travel America with Good Sam. And by Good Sam RV Parks, America's largest campground network. And this MLB Network telecast is presented by Geico. Happy Geico-ween. Switch to Geico for more ways to save. Packed house at Fenway for game 3, and nobody's going home. Randy Arozarena leads off the top half of inning number 11. Back to work against Nick Pivetta. This was the matchup when Manuel Margot was caught stealing to end the top of the 10th. As we talked about, Arozarena's game 1 homer came against Pivetta. Back to work against him. The 0-1 pitch misses low, ball and a strike.
You can see Arozarena was visibly upset missing that first pitch that he normally swings at.
Oh, it's outside.
Breaking ball misses 2-1.
He was ready to.
Yeah. He was saying that's the pitch I homered on a couple of nights ago. Another breaking ball fouled away, and it's 2-2. A lot of names on the pitching box score on both sides.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The Red Sox can let Pivetta go. They've got length here with their current name on the box score. The next 2-2 to Arozarena. Back-to-back fastballs fill the count. Kenny, it is interesting to play the guessing game as to who's next if needed leading into tomorrow night.
It is, and for Tampa Bay, keep in mind, Colin McHugh has not pitched in this game. Luis Patino, the rookie, has not pitched in this game. They will be key pitchers tomorrow night.
And Arozarena waits out a walk.
That is a pretty good at bat for a guy who's really aggressive and wanting to make something happen. Now he realizes he can make something happen with his legs. This is a really good 3-2 pitch, and the reason you're throwing that pitch is you know the guy's going to swing, and maybe just not enough on the plate when it left his hand.
Arozarena has walked 4 times in the series. Another hitter who's kind of changed his stripes for the postseason, so a chance now for Kevin Kiermaier, who's walked twice tonight.
Could it be we have our second sacrifice bunt attempt on 2 teams that don't bunt?
I'm going to say no for the Rays. I don't think they're bunting here. They just, it's just
not in their DNA.
No,
I think in the 6, 4 were on their own.
You're probably right.
It might have been all 6.
Probably right. 0-1 to Kevin Kiermaier.
Yeah, it's not the part of the lineup that is the strongest for the Rays, so you'd think they'd get all the swings they could here.
Kiermaier sends a foul ball into the left field seats foul. 0-2. Again, the Rays put their leadoff hitter aboard, something that didn't happen in the first 7 innings of the game. But against the Boston bullpen, Rays have put the leadoff hitter aboard in 3 of their last 4 innings.
Ton of ground balls on curveballs out of Kiermaier, especially when they're away. So if you're thinking the Boston defense and a full-blown shift now with 2 strikes, we're hoping that stat remains the same.
Arozarena stays put again. There's ball 1 on a fastball that missed. Almost looked like a pitch out pitch, but it wasn't. And it's a ball and 2 strikes now on Kiermaier. Both managers low on bench options and bullpen options at this stage of the night. Top of the 11th inning, tied at 4. Arozarena again stays put. And Kiermaier takes ball 2.
Now the crazy thing about this shift is, let's say there's a slow grounding ball to the right side, and Devers is currently going to be the one who takes the throw. But let's say the throw doesn't come there because it's too slow. Arozarena can keep going to third if Devers is not on the awareness of what that play is going to be. So it's a tough scenario defensively for the Red Sox, depending on how this ball is hit.
If Kiermaier could figure out a way just to butcher boy a ball to the left side of the infield, he's got a base hit. I mean, there is nobody home.
And that's why I would think with this, after fouling off that fastball, the pitch that he'll ground into that shift will be a breaking ball. The pitch he could hit the other way by mistake will be a fastball. And that would pose a problem for the Red Sox.
Are you surprised that Arozarena hasn't tried to run in this plate appearance?
A little bit.
Kiermaier was trying to serve it to the left side. You could tell with that pass. Still 2-2. The Tampa Bay Rays hit into the fewest double plays this season. 75, the lowest total in Major League Baseball. Certainly trying to put it in play that way.
Well, he's doing a couple things. He's fighting off the fastball, protecting against the breaking ball, right? So they're trying to elevate the fastball where he's weak in the zone. And you can see the target. They're trying to put it in the outside. But to what we've been talking about, that would be a much easier pitch to hit the other way, even in a defensive mode, protecting with 2 strikes.
The next 2-2. Breaking ball that time fouled back, and Kiermaier knows he had a shot.
Yeah, that breaking ball was intended to be down more, and he may be even checking to see if that curveball looked like it was going to be a strike to the umpire, just to get a gauge, and it wouldn't have been.
It's 4 straight foul balls.
Well, we've had some classic at bats here.
Yeah. And Christian Vasquez will go out for a visit. We just don't pay attention to mound visits during the regular season because it's not an issue. But this time of year, think of the many Jorge Posada to Andy Pettitte World Series visits of not too long ago, and that was in part the prompting for the mound visit rule. Each side gets more when a game goes to extra innings. Still 2-2 to Kiermaier. This will be the 10th pitch of the at-bat to Kevin Kiermaier. Prior to this plate appearance, he saw a total of 13 pitches rather in his first 4 plate appearances combined. Kevin Cash told us before the game that they'll put green and red lights out there. If a guy thinks he has a base with a green light, he's on his own to run. And I don't know if Arozarena has a green light here and is choosing not to go, or if the traffic signal reads red for him. But he has not tried to run. 3-2 might change things here. Let's see if they send him with nobody out. There he goes. And Kiermaier strikes out. Throw down to second base.
Go to third.
Oh, Randy's on his way to third where it was vacant. Pivetta covers the bag, and Arozarena gets back safely. Wow.
He didn't recognize it in time, right? To be able to get to third base, he slid in head first. That was the pressure on the defense. See where Devers has got to come over, and then there's no one at third. Great job by Pivetta, and I know that Vasquez was coming, but you have all kinds of exposed bases when you're out of position. Great job recognizing right there, though, to get back in time to keep a runner in scoring position.
It was the Johnny Damon moment from the 2009 World Series. Just keep running. And David Bush is going to come out for a visit now. The Red Sox pitching coach has been very active tonight. Mike Zunino's the batter. Go-ahead runs in scoring position with one away. Randy Arozarena's second stolen base of the series.
See, the ground ball would have been impossible. I mean, you're asking Vasquez on the ground ball. Usually he's going the other way because there's a man at third base to cover the throw to first. He would have to go to third on the ground ball. Read that right away. If they weren't able to make a force at second, just a lot of pressure on the defense in that situation.
So now Mike Zunino. Zunino had a chance in the 8th after the Rays had tied it with runners at first and second and 2 gone, and was called out on strikes.
Zunino's been a click away. He may set a record in one game for foul balls.
Yeah. The longest plate appearance of his season, 11 pitches against Eovaldi back in the 2nd inning. Good breaking ball swung on and missed, putting him behind 0-2. Pivetta in the driver's seat here. Jordan Luplow waits on deck. 0-2 pitch. Tried to make him chase that same offering. That turned into an easy take.
Yeah, that's the thing about making back-to-back breaking balls. You want them in the same area to really put the pressure. You don't want to ever reset a hitter by seeing one good one, 2 bad ones, and now he's seen 3.
With the high gas. Zunino's a pretty good fastball hitter. Pivetta got the better of him there.
Slowed him down with the breaking ball, sped him up with the fastball, and dotted it up.
Jordan Luplow now with 2 away. Luplow walked as a pinch hitter in the 7th and then struck out. Did you see what I just saw? Martin Perez is up in the bullpen for Boston.
Yeah, he's just getting a side session in for tomorrow.
Before making a start in less than 24 hours. Oh, man, if he gets into the game, you know, there's no telling what we're going to see tomorrow in Game 4. This is back-to-back innings that the Rays have had the leadoff hitter aboard.
Tell you what, Pivetta's been unbelievable. I mean, He's dialed up his fastball, and it's got tremendous backspin and carry. When hitters are swinging through that pitch, tells you he's behind it.
A ball and 2 strikes. Well out of play. We go to the bottom of the 11th. Boston will have Vasquez, Arroyo, and Dahlbeck. And if somebody gets on base, Kike Hernandez would have a chance. Still the ball and 2 strikes. Walk, 3 straight strikeouts, and a still 4-4 tie. To the Good Sam ALDS telecast on MLB Network presented by Geico. A 4-4 tie in game 3 as we go to the bottom half of inning number 11. A number of fascinating and entertaining twists and turns along the way. Ray's bullpen has held up splendidly in game 3 after a clunker on Friday night. And David Robertson continues. He faces the 8, 9, and top of the order Boston batters. Christian Vasquez, Christian Arroyo, and Bobby Dahlbeck. Ball and a strike.
I know one thing, Matty. You'd rather be in this ball game than watching this ball game. This is the worst way to watch a game if you're a current player and you have no impact. You'd actually rather be part of the action to know you have some kind of impact. Watching is just, it's difficult.
Ball and 2 strikes. Martin Perez had been up in the Red Sox bullpen. The way Pavetta's going, another inning or even more is certainly not out of the question. He threw a couple of really good curveballs to strike out 3 batters and strand that leadoff runner. Robertson's 1-2. How about the last pitch that Nick Pivetta threw to finish up the regular season? You got Juan Soto looking at a big yacker, and then got Luplow on the same pitch a moment ago.
Knuckle curveball. Both were important, but which one will be the most?
One and 2 to Vasquez. Into center field for Kiermaier, who runs it down. Boy, Kevin Kiermaier has been terrific tonight. He made a catch on a sinking liner off the bat of Alex Verdugo in the 8th that had a 25% catch probability attached to it, and that was another less than routine chance.
Both center fielders have been outstanding. You watch the jump that he gets, and he's always in the right spot, reading the ball off the bat. Positioning's one thing, but it's the reaction you have when the ball has struck, and you got to read it immediately off of contact, and he does it as good as anybody.
There's Christian Arroyo. He's got 2 singles on his line tonight. 3 for 13 so far in the series. Four runs on 8 hits for Tampa. 4 runs on 13 hits and an error for the Red Sox. 1-1. There has been a big difference tonight in productivity at the bottom of the order. The Red Sox 7 through 9 hitters have been very productive. Same cannot be said for the Rays.
Ooh, man. Talk about knuckle curveballs. He's got a tight one too, but he throws it from a different angle. Pivetta, taller, throws it more north and south. He'll get around and throw it east and west and be able to spin it in a different way.
It's been an abbreviated body of work for David Robertson, as we talked about. Wasn't signed until late in the season. His longest outing of the year as a Ray has been just 2 innings. He shook Zunino off twice. Here's the 2-2, and it's fouled away again. Bobby Dahlbeck next. It would be his first plate appearance of the game. He came on as a pinch runner earlier. He's got the power to end it with 1 swing. This is what we're talking about. Bottom of the lineups. Rays just 1 for 12 with 8 strikeouts.
Well, it helps when the longer your lineup goes, like the Red Sox. You got JD Martinez batting 6th.
Yeah. Right. That's a good point. Two-two. Into the left field corner. Arroyo into second base. The winning run in scoring position with 1 gone.
Well, that breaking ball, he got around it and it rolled. You're going to see it start on the inside part of the plate, and watch how it just rolls right there over the middle, gets on top of it, pulls it down the line, easy double, and stress once again.
Kyle Snyder back out for a discussion with David Robertson. Bobby Dahlbeck, the batter. Kike Hernandez would bat next.
A little stalling here too going on, maybe to give the reliever in the Rays bullpen an opportunity to kind of get revved up.
Well, Luis Patino was to be saved for tomorrow. Said this a couple of times on both sides. The right now is much more important for Kevin Cash. Colin McHugh had been up for a moment, and then they switched. So it's Patino up. Bobby Dahlbeck has a chance to win it for the Red Sox. Strike 1. Dahlbeck has played in each of the Sox first 3 postseason games this year, including a couple of starts at first base. ended the regular season in fine form. 25 of his last 35 hits were of the extra base hit variety, including 14 homers. There have been opportunities on both sides that have been uncashed. Oh, and 2 to Dahlbeck. Got him.
Wow, that's an adjustment right there. I mean, he just threw one that gave up a double and started that one again on a perfect height of the fastball that he got strike one with. That is tight, and that is tough to lay off of.
So now Kike Hernandez. Kike had a chance to win it in the bottom of the 9th. A runner on base. Hernandez struck out. He has been huge the last 2 games. 17 total bases in games 2 and 3 combined. And he's been aggressively offering it the first pitch of an at-bat all night.
And again, I know, everyone has the information readily available. But if he's going to beat you, he has to beat you to right field. His strength is center to left center, because he's looking to pull the ball, and anything away he will pull off possibly.
Robertson's 0-1 to shortstop. Franco backhands it and gets a perfect throw off to first. He made that play look way too easy. A fine play by Jordan Luplow at the bag at first base. A highlight reel play on both ends to send it to the 12th inning. Still tied at 4. The Rays, thanks in no small part to this great play by Wander Franco and a perhaps even better play by Jordan Luplow at first. And Kenny, we're reminded of the relative inexperience by both of those players.
That's right, Matt. Luplow had not even played first base until he was traded to the Rays at the deadline. And Franco, there are evaluators who believe he ultimately will end up at second or third, but he has shown improvement even during his brief time in the majors. Joey Wendell, his third baseman, said Franco's become more aggressive, wanting the ball, commanding the position. We've certainly seen that tonight.
0-1 the count to Brandon Lau, top of the order here for Tampa. Make it 0-2.
I mean, the job that these last 2 pitchers have done, Pivetta and Robertson, has been incredible.
Pivetta came on in the 10th. He has allowed the leadoff hitter to reach in both of his innings.
Oh, no.
Boy, they say that Lau pulled back.
Pivetta's hot.
Yeah.
And I think he has a good point.
He bunted at that. That's an attempt for me. Rays catch a break for the time being.
I think he surprised everybody right there.
By even bunting?
The umpires and everybody.
Yeah, I think so too. An 0-2 pitch to a guy who hit 39 homers, and he squared around bunt.
Just tells you what he thinks of the fastball. Part of it is he's also trying to get out of the way, but he squares around. You can see the barrel of the bat go down, and then he sells it by trying to say that that was just getting out of the way.
Ball and 2 strikes to Brandon Lau. Got him anyway. And 0 for 6 night for the Rays leadoff hitter.
Well, Pivetta, this was a huge inning, and on second, he went to another level and struck out for 3 guys. Now 4. His last 4 have been outs, have been strikeouts.
Here's Wander Franco now. He has homered and singled tonight.
These are like 17 strikeouts for the Rays. Something like that.
You want to go with something like that, or you want the actual number?
You know me.
I'll give you the number here. Hang on.
I think it is 17.
17. Yeah. Franco sends the ball out to center field. Routine for Kike Hernandez. 2 away.
See, this is the part where the longer that Pivetta can stay in the game, he's in rhythm. You feel good about what he's doing. The Rays are going to have to make a change because I don't think Robertson can keep going.
They had Patino up. Robertson just finished his longest appearance of the year, if in fact it is finished. And here's Margot now with 2 away and the base is empty. You go back to the curveball there.
Yep.
That was the pitch that Margot singled on when Pivetta was inserted into the ball game in the 10th. Back to back. That was a big one. He's rolling.
And what I love is he's on the mound ready to go. He's in attack mode with every pitch.
Oh, and 2 to Manny Margot. Just tipped. And judging by the way Vasquez reacted, it might have got him in the fingers. Got somebody.
Man, catchers take a beating. Try to get your hand behind your body, but it catches his forearm. And right now with the cool temperatures, I'm sure he's got trying to just get the tingle out, but
you may have heard Sam Holbrook went out and mentioned to Pivetta that, hey, that got him pretty good, as if to indicate give him a sec. Well, he didn't need it. He is rolling. That hammer is heavy tonight. 5 strikeouts in 3 scoreless relief innings by Nick Pivetta. Welcome back to the Good Sam. ALDS on MLB Network, still in the throes of a 4-4 tie. We go to the last of the 12th inning. Rafael Devers, Xander Bogaerts, and Alex Verdugo against a new pitcher for Tampa Bay. Their 9th of the game, a guy who we thought had a chance to start game 4. Those plans have blown up. It'll be Luis Patino here in the 12th.
4-pitch mix. 95 fastball.
Wow. Big time velo and a swing and a miss by Devers, who the Rays have peppered with fastballs all night.
Upstairs has got no chance, and I know it's hard to see. Well, why can't you just stay off that pitch? Easier said than done. You're human. You want to make a good swing, try to end the game, or get on base.
0-2. Just clearly not right when that hand falls off the swing as it does. And he's doing his best to disguise his discomfort, but it's obvious that he's not right tonight. I mean, should we expect anything different than fastballs here?
No.
Ooh, right back to Patino on a sharp hop. Only one extra innings game in postseason history has gone longer than the one we're watching tonight.
Can win it. Damon, the lead runner at second. Ortiz fights it off center field. Damon running to the plate, and he can keep on running to New York. Game 6 tomorrow night.
Yeah, part of that legendary comeback for the Red Sox, the 0-4 ALCS against the Yankees, in which they fell behind 0-3 and came back to win. That's the only postseason game longer than the one we're involved with here.
This would be the guy I'd be most nervous about. They've kept him at bay.
Patino's going to get him on a first pitch pop-up. If Zunino can find a tough play for a catcher, Zunino makes it no problem.
Wow, rare night. When you think about Bogarts and how locked in he's been, to get him out 5 times is doing something.
Here's Alex Verdugo. It looked like Verdugo's one-out base hit in the bottom of the 10th was going to set the Red Sox up for a walk-off win. And then David Martinez went on to retire J.D. Martinez. David Robertson, that is, retired J.D. Martinez and Hunter Renfroe. Dave Martinez is the manager of the Nationals, and he's home tonight. Into center field, routine for Kiermaier. It's play 13.
Kind of liking a man on second, aren't you?
Still tied at 4. The American League Division Series is brought to you by Good Sam Rentals. Travel America with Good Sam. And by Good Sam RV Parks, America's largest campground network. And this MLB Network telecast is presented by Geico. Happy Geico-ween. Switch to Geico for more ways to save. And we play on to the 13th. Nick Pivetta continues. He faces Nelson Cruz, Yandy Diaz, and Randy Arozarena. 3 scoreless innings for Pivetta since entering the game in the top of the 10th. He's got Nelly Cruz behind 0-2.
I'm trying to think where the Red Sox would be without Houck and Pivetta. Incredible job.
Houck was terrific in game 2, gobbling up bulk innings. Same set of Pivetta tonight.
Oh, that's upset.
Entering the postseason, Nick Pivetta's longest relief outing was 3 2/3. In game 1, he went 4 2/3 and is trying to give the Red Sox another 4-inning performance tonight.
You can't throw another one of those. That one hung a little too long. And when you've slowed the hitter down, and a great hitter like Cruz, the tendency is to think, okay, now speed him up. Speed him up with a fastball. I just slowed him down. He fouled it off. Let's see what they go to.
One ball and 2 strikes to Nelson Cruz, who's been limited to just a single tonight in his 5 at-bats.
He did it.
3 strikeouts tonight on his line. 1 away.
I haven't seen a lot of Nick Pivetta starts this year, but I'd be hard-pressed to think he's had a better fastball. And maybe the relief role just kind of, and adrenaline of the postseason has gotten his fastball up a tick.
He has struck out 6 of the last 7 Rays that he's faced. And now it's Yandy Diaz, who serves a base hit into the opposite field. That ends the stretch of 7 in a row retired by Pivetta, and it gives Arozarena a chance with a man on base. Arozarena with a drive out to left field. Verdugo on it to make the catch. There was just enough off that pitch to take the sting out of Arozarena's bat.
I'm trying to think the last time someone's touched third base or even been on third base. It's been a while.
Well, for the Rays, it was when they scored the 2 runs in the 8th. Well, I warned you against making me look at my scorecard. It is a disaster. For the Red Sox, the last time they had a runner at third base was when Kike hit the homer in the 5th.
It's been a long time.
You were right. One to no to Kevin Kiermaier.
Oh.
The last Red Sox reliever with 4 or more scoreless innings of relief in a playoff game was David Price in Game 3 of the 2017 ALDS. In fact, only 4 Red Sox pitchers have ever done it. 4 scoreless innings in relief in the postseason. Same game.
Same game.
No, the 4 innings in the same game. Yeah, no, I was just saying, that game would be harder to call than this one. Just saw a moment ago he passed the 5-hour mark.
All right, you're the manager. 3-0. Take.
Green light go.
Green light go.
How about you?
I would have taken.
Which he does. 3 balls and a strike.
Chances are, whatever you get 3-1, you're going to get 3-0. You're going to get 3-1.
Well, Mike Zunino on deck. He struck out 3 times in this game. And a full count now.
Well, with the outfield playing no doubles, at least the Rays are going to get the runner to go on the pitch, which would help a little bit.
You remember how we were talking about the Rays doing a really good job when they get base runners? They are 2 for 21 in this game with runners on base. Diaz runs. Kiermaier sends a ball into right center field. That's trouble. And that one's off the base of the wall. Diaz coming around to score. Kiermaier to third. The Rays have taken the lead.
They're saying that's going to be a double. That is a horrible break. And the runner was going. I was just saying that the runner going allows them to score on a double. I think they might.
They're going to take a look.
That hit the top of the wall and go over.
They're not only going to look at that. Isn't it umpire's discretion as to where to place the base runner?
I'm going to get another look at what that ball hit. But starting the runner was the only chance you were going to score playing no doubles. This ball hits. Wow, that was a ton of spin. It hits before the wall, down, and hits the right fielder and goes over the wall. So
it's an unbelievable break. It's being discussed now with Kevin Cash, the fact that it hit Renfroe and bounced over the wall.
I'll be honest. I don't know that I've ever seen this, and I don't know how this
how it's
be
scored.
a ground rule double.
I don't know how it's scored, and I don't know how you place the base runner. I know that there is umpire's discretion that comes into play here. They're going to conference on this with New York.
They have to, because a ball that bounces without anybody touching it, or let's say a fan touches it, is automatic ground rule double. It's like if you turn a fly ball and hits your head and goes over the wall, it's a homer. But I don't know that that could apply with a ball that hits the wall, comes back, hits you, and then goes over the wall.
I mean, Diaz scores on that ball easily.
Yeah.
Even if there's a play made and the ball stays in play.
Wow.
All right, here we go. And they're saying it's a double. Are they going to put Diaz back on base?
That is amazing break.
They are. Oh my goodness.
That could be one of the greatest breaks in postseason ever.
Well, there'll be a new rule about that next year, I guarantee you. I mean, if that's what cost the Tampa Bay Rays their postseason. It is a ground rule double, and Diaz is being put back on base. So it's going to take 3 hits or some combination of passed ball, wild pitch to get that run in. Wow. I mean, you think you've seen a lot of things.
I've never seen that. Never seen it. And the right field here is so big. Well, here we go.
It's going to be up to Mike Zunino now. Kevin Kiermaier hit a ball that should have delivered the Rays a 1-run lead. Instead, it's still a 4-4 tie, second and third with 2 gone.
A lot of pressure on Vasquez. Real good at blocking curveballs in the dirt. You know that what Pivetta wants to do at some point, if he can, bounce a curveball to get a strike 3 or a swing and a miss. So with the runner on third, a lot of pressure on your catcher.
By the way, that double by Kiermaier is the first extra base hit by a Ray in a postseason game. In extra innings, that is. Oh, and 2 to Zunino.
I'm still wrapping my arms around that play.
I think that's going to have to be addressed in next year's version of the rule book.
Renfroe tried to steal it over the fence when he hit it. He knew he hit it. Incredible break. That's amazing.
Through all that, a scoreless inning posted by Pivetta and a still 4-4 ball game. Presented by Geico. Kevin Kiermaier hit a ball that should have delivered the Tampa Bay Rays an extra innings lead. Instead, a fluky play in the outfield in which the ball bounded off the fence and then against a fielder and then over the fence resulted in a ground rule double call, which brought a scoring run back to third, where eventually Nick Pivetta got a strikeout to end the jam.
And a short fence at that. Most fences that wouldn't even have gone off
J.D. Martinez sends the ball out near the same direction. This one's playable for Kiermaier, and there's one away in the bottom of the 13th.
If you think about the normal height of a fence, right? It may not even gone over a normal fence, so it had the perfect storm. I mean, this ball, the runner's already halfway between seconds, so you know he's going to score. The ball bounces and hits him and goes over the fence for what now is going to be a incredible play if the Red Sox can win it.
Kenny, you saw it from the field level.
Well, I got the explanation from Major League Baseball on the ruling, and it's this. A ball deflected by a player out of play is a ground rule double, so there it is. The ball retains its status as a batted ball until it is fielded cleanly by a defensive player, so that is the same as if the ball had naturally bounced over the fence. That's the explanation.
Wow. All right. There it is, right out of the rule book. Right from Major League Baseball to Kenny, to you at home. It's a ball and a strike to Hunter Renfroe. You get the sense in these extra innings postseason games, and John, you and I have done a lot of them, and a lot of long ones, that it doesn't end until somebody on the home side hits a home run.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone in this game has been trying to hit a home run, but it seems like the majority of extra inning games, that's what happens, especially in the regular season. Postseason, it just gets exaggerated. Oh.
I mean, remembering Game 3 of the 2018 World Series between the Dodgers and the Red Sox, there was that crazy play involving Ian Kinsler that might have ended the game earlier, and it didn't end until the 18th inning when Max Muncy hit the walk-off dinger.
Yeah.
I mean, if the Rays can't score a run based on the weirdness we saw in the top of this inning, full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. And there's ball 4. Renfroe's aboard. What a strange role he has played in the proceedings tonight. Been on base all night. First of all, 2 walks, 2 singles. But he was the outfielder that had that ball bounce off the fence and then off his body over the wall. Well, here we go with catcher Christian Vasquez having a chance. There have been 7 walk-off homers by a catcher in postseason history. Do I hear number 8? Red Sox win it! Christian Vasquez doing his Carlton fist. The best fiction writers in the world wouldn't have been able to come up with this script.
Unbelievable game. Will be talked about for a long time. It'll be talked about for a very long time if the Boston Red Sox go on to win this series and advance and keep going. And who knows how long. But this game was filled with a lot of great pitchers. And then this one swing.
I mean, they're already starting the team of destiny chants here in Boston. To win a game under these circumstances, the wild events of the top of the 13th. And then Christian Vasquez is the hero, a guy who didn't even start the game in the lineup. And his third at-bat of the game wins it for Boston. Ken Rosenthal is standing by with the Red Sox walk-off hero. Look out, Kenny!
Christian, you just told me you're tired. Now you're a little wet, too. On the home run, what is your thinking at the plate at that point?
I was watching all the at-bat before me, and he was throwing a lot of fastballs, so he got a heavy fastball, so I was ready for that fastball in the middle to drive it and, go home.
Pivetta was amazing tonight. What was it like catching him?
Yeah, it was electric. All the pitches, he likes to compete. He's a warrior on the mound, so, he gave all to win this game, and he deserved it.
Christian, what was it like playing in a game like this? We had the crazy call at the end. So much happened. What was it like?
This is October, man. Everything can matter here, can happen, and, we play for this moment. So, yeah, we're very happy for this.
Last question. In September, when you guys had all the COVID issues, all the players that were out, could you have imagined at that point you'd be one game away from the American League Championship Series later in the season?
Yeah, it's a tough year for everybody. For the team, for, it's up and downs, a bad losing streak in the season. We got winning streak. We got everything in the year, so we're happy to be here. One game closer to American League champions, so let's get it tomorrow.
Christian, congratulations. Thank you,
guys.
Matty, back to you.
Well, Kenny, thanks. Christian Vasquez hits the game winner, and it would take us way too long to set the story as to how we got to this swing. But for it, Christian Vasquez is our Good Sam Rentals player of the game.
A man who found his power stroke 2 years ago, probably the most important power stroke he made in his career so far, and I'm stunned. What a game.
I mean, that is just an absolutely amazing end to a fabulous night of baseball. Well over 5 hours, worth every moment. And the Red Sox are, as Ken mentions, one win away from a date in the ALCS. It's got to be talked about for a long time. We take it back to the play in the top of the 13th. The ball that Kevin Kiermaier hit to right center that bounced against the wall, against Hunter Renfroe, and then over the wall, that was called as a ground rule double per the Major League Baseball rule book.
And you could tell where the runner was, and certainly no one would even have a beef if the ball hit the track and went over. I mean, everyone kind of understands that, right? Oh, bad break, man on second and third. But this play caught me off guard. I had no clue because I'd never seen this ever.
Well, it was even hard to see in real time because you saw the ball off the wall, and the assumption was Diaz scores easily, and it wasn't until after the dust had settled, if you will, that we had realized the ball actually checked up against Renfroe and over the wall.
Well, the weird part for me was when he tried to go get it over the wall. Like, if it's going to bounce over the wall, you'd never go get it because you know that as a fielder, you know that's a ground rule double. But when it hit him, you could see him try to jump on the other side to catch the ball. Luckily, he didn't.
Sold out crowd at the fence tonight. They know that they watched something really special. A 6-4 extra innings victory over the reigning American League champs, whose backs will be up against the wall in Game 4 here tomorrow night. Well, the party has only started here at Fenway tonight. Just a note as well that the winner of Game 3s in a best-of-5 series that was tied 1-1 has gone on to win 39 in 54 times. The recent history isn't that overwhelming, but over the long haul, Game 3 winners fare well.
Well, you find out a lot about your team in a situation like this, right? I mean, they've got, both teams have great leaders, great managers, and it's just an emotional opposite spectrum of what's happening in each dugout, of course. And so the Rays have to find a way tomorrow to pick themselves up and play a perfect game so that they can get back home for a Game 5 and pandemonium in the Red Sox locker room. And they know they're one win away, and they're going to try to piecemeal the game, who knows with who, when the game starts tomorrow.
Game 4 will be back on FS1. Joe Davis will rejoin you for the call for that one, and it'll be appointment television. This is the rule out of the Major League Baseball rule book that affected this play. Any bounding fair ball deflected by the fielder into the stands or over or under a fence in fair or foul territory, in which case the batter and all runners shall be entitled to advance 2 bases. So there was some discretion there. I think if Yandy Diaz was between third and home, he might have been allowed to score that run, but that wasn't the case. He was between second and third. And here's the ball that'll be relived for a long time.
Note to self, if I'm ever in a softball game and this happens, I'm kicking that bad boy over the fence.
Well, that's why I believe they might revisit the language around this rule for future seasons. See where that play was made and where Diaz was. Everybody reset. Pivetta struck out Zunino, and then that set up Vasquez homer in the bottom half of the 13th. I think they're already writing the advanced copy for the Boston Globe tomorrow morning. Lucky 13. Red Sox 1 win away from the ALCS.
Well, I can't wait for tomorrow. It's going to be one of those games where we may see even more pitchers than we saw today, and just the ability to find a way to win a game. That's what this series is about, and the Rays are going to have to find that tomorrow if they want to go home and play Game 5.
There is more postseason action on FS1. Game 3 of the Astros and White Sox is underway. Catch MLB Central weekdays 10 a.m. Eastern starting Tuesday at 1. High Heat and MLB Now are back-to-back on MLB Network to break down all the postseason action. Next, the MLB Tonight postgame show presented by Evan Williams Bourbon with Greg Amsinger, Harold Reynolds, and Hunter Pence. For John Smoltz, Ken Rosenthal, and our entire MLB Network crew, the best in the business, by the way. This is Matt Vasgersian saying goodnight, and thanks for watching the Good Sam ALDS telecast on MLB Network presented by Geico.